Hey people, hey people. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, what a call today. Definitely don't be a season because it is going to last beyond um a day, right? Especially when you have something to complete. Anyway, you know how long it's gonna take and how long we're gonna have to deal with. Um, it will be a season. Hold on. Okay, folks. Wait a minute. Hi, do what you doing? Get out of here. Yeah, I have some drops um, that I wanted to upload, but let me tell you, somebody decided that the Wi-Fi that I had over here was too slow, so they upgraded it, and yeah, that's what they're doing. Okay, but what is going on? What is going on? It is always as per usual. A lot that's going on, right? Um, and we just got to believe that whatever it is, it will be okay. Now, if nobody else don't know that, baby, since y'all hate my storytelling, I won't waste my breath. You know, I tended to talk about it amongst those that know. But man, always just you to be someone that you love, care for, like or whatever. And if you are a, I don't want to say decent person because I don't know if this is a requirement, but if you are normal and you're human, right? When a friend or when you see destruction and disasters around the world, whatever, you you should feel something, right? Now, my Ted Bundy's out there, John Wayne Gacy, um, Jeffrey Dahmer's out there. Don't worry about it. That don't apply to you. Don't worry about it. We know y'all like to add to the devastation. We know that. We okay. Talking about that. I'm really talking about the the people that really feel for what you see that's going on. You know what? I'm it's a gift and a curse. Cause I'm glad I'm like really, 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 really tough, right? In certain things. Um, but definitely about who I surround myself with in any space or whatever. Definitely that has to be damn near perfect for me to be able to operate. I'll say it like that. You probably say, "Oh, wow, take it." Not being judgmental. It is. It's just. It's too detailed. It's just like as I told you, people are what problematic, and people, and I'm finding out, and I promise you, I did not know that there's still a lot of people in this world that ain't bad shit. Who knew? Who knew? As much as this world been through and what we done been through personally, child, who knew? Right? And I was even thinking about, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I don't care anymore. Like, when Tim tells the story, we tell the story about the guy at the ABC Jack's Looker. And the dude that was the same dude I saw on the trolley the day before. And he said something racist about the dude that was driving the trolley, right? Um, and then we saw him, and so that happened on Friday. That Saturday, me and Tim went to the ABC Jack's Look, right, while the people was at the house. And I had brought Prince double set. It cost me $60 back then. I think it was all of his B sides. I think that's what it was, right? And we was listening to it, right? Because I used to have listening parties without the artist, just the music here. So the Prince people, and then and things was real easy back then. I'm not saying like necessarily living, but just the people. Like I would literally and go around asking people, hey, Mike Jackson or Prince, and depending on what if you said Prince, we better talk a little bit more, right? You said Michael Jackson, to somebody else. But so that's how I would get the um whomever I'm gonna uh, tell them to come over or whatever, depending on how excited they like a Prince fan and the Prince on their wall, whatever. Yeah. But so back then, things was kind of easy. People was kind of easy, but I don't know what happened. Some of this stuff is just, out of control. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And like I said, I've had trouble with this in Wi-Fi. Kept get the drop of it yesterday to come up. When I tell you, I was so goddamn mad because I told you, right, with the gas and with the self checkout and stuff like that. It's not that I've never used them before. It had just been a long time before I started back getting, more back familiar with it, right? So, um, one time when I shopped at Walmart and I checked out, right, self checkout, and I needed cash back to play the lottery, and I left the $20 in the machine. Of course, when I went back, it wasn't there. Okay. Yesterday, right? Um, went to Walmart. I haven't even went to the grocery store in a minute, but haven't definitely haven't used a check except checkout in a long time. I needed 100. Okay. Yeah, I know this going. Now, I don't care how much I have or how much I don't have. I don't like losing nothing, not even a dollar. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna look for that dollar. Yeah. So we went, checked out, left $100 there. Because you got so much checkout with Walmart. Somewhere the money is up at top, right? Where you're doing all the buttons and all that. And then it is some have the money dispenser down at the bottom where Walmart, we went to that nickel Walmart. It was at the bottom. And I checked out the rolled out, and I was like, oh shit. I left my money right back in there. Of course, the honey was gone. And I went over to, because when I lost the 20 before, they were like, ain't nothing we can do. That store that I was working at. Oh, okay. Okay, 20 is a lot different than 100. Okay. So went in there, checked the register, checked the thing. It was a guy ran into a lead, right? And I told him what happened. Now, you know, I know that, listen, him, like, listen. Anyway, So let me get to the part. So I ran to the lead and I told them what happened. And they was like, him and Han, like it really ain't nothing they could do. I'm like, hold on, what? Because check this out right here. When it comes to people leaving groceries and all of that and self checkout and stuff like that, when those people call up there, um, within an hour, if you don't come back in there within an hour, the stuff is put back. Now if it's food or whatever, it's probably gonna be thrown away. But it gets put back and you have your receipt, they look at the camera, they'll let you get your stuff. Okay, the same and you understand what I'm saying? Now, understand this. I don't know if y'all knew this, but I'm gonna tell you. At the self checkout, those people that's standing up there, yeah, they may be part of the front end, but they're also part of security as well. And we have a phone. I still have my phone. Right. We have a a a, a phone, And when you see those people standing up there, right, their phone is telling them what all you have, what all you're doing over there, and all that shit, right? Okay, they can see what you doing. Okay, now when you have an issue, right? You're a customer, you have an issue, and like press the button for somebody or something gets whatever, right? And the light is on, they come over there to you and do whatever you want to move an item or whatever, right? Now, because they know me, you work there, work out of that store, work whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I don't me and I don't know this automation. I left money in the ATM and all that shit. The bank. That's been since I've been at him. And the bank gave me my money back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Child. So normally, like if I mess up, right, on my checkout, and they see me trying to do something from wherever they are, they will do it for me, right? Because they need and needs an override or whatever, right? They'll do it for me. They don't come over. Okay. For customers, they'll come over. But for like people that work there, whatever, they don't come over. They do it right from their phone because they see what you're doing. So I'm like, okay, now I know that. Now y'all know that. Okay. Now y'all know that. They can tell, but I don't know how I synced that. I don't know. But they know what's all going on with your ass at that goddamn thing. So that lead and told me that, him and Honey can't do nothing about it. Honey, I said, what? Let me tell you something. And at that time, a manager walked up. Okay, now keep in mind that Walmart on 103rd, it is niggas through and through and through and through. My daughter said, I would never shop here again. Okay? It is nigga, nigga, nigga. From the windows to the wall. Okay? Niggas. And let me tell you this how. Hey, Daniel. And let me tell you this how. Okay? That's that in that Walmart, right? That's on the west side. I don't do the west side. I don't go over there. It's too much. You can get, listen, you can get twice the house. over on the north side, far on the north side by the airport, and on the west side. Nice, big, whatever, right? The prices on the south side gonna be it's different where we at, right? So um that's the same Walmart that University of Florida, right? Found out that I was sick. Remember I told you I was sick and I had to get on the steroids and I got big, whatever. He found out in that Walmart because some people was talking about it, and it seemed like I was going to check on out. And when he called me at the hospital, because they know which hospital I go to, he called me at the hospital. I'm like, what the hell you know? I heard him talking about it at the Walmart. What Walmart? Walmart 103rd. I'm like, who was it? I don't know. It was something. I'm like, what? What the hell? I remember Jaguar, not Jaguar, Jacksonville is really, really, really big. How the hell you out here? So I overheard some women talking, and that same night, anyway, God, he's him. God rest his soul. I can't stand him. So, yeah. So I mean, that's crazy, right? You trying to tell me you can't you don't know that I asked for $100 and I put my left in the goddamn thing. You know everything else. So of course, when I ran that down to him, baby, I know your system. Stop playing. I opened Walmart's. Stop playing. Don't play with me. So that, and then that last drop, I think I was able to get up when you you heard my daughter and I are going out there to get a dog. Get a dog, baby. And of course, she's right. And already told me that it's probably not for me. And before I charge it to the game, I'm gonna see if I can hang. If I can't, honey, I'm just finding me somewhere else to get another dog because I was done when they said you don't get no break. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is you talking about? Like, if anybody need a union, them motherfuckers need a union because you must be crazy. What are you talking about? You don't get no goddamn break. It used to be in Florida or wherever. You work over 4 hours. Bitch, that's 15-minute break. If you work 6 hours, that's 2 15-minute breaks. What the fuck is going on? Like, what's going on? Child, I don't know. I hear Trump. They say Trump about to give Iran everything they want. They got to be checked. We don't have to go check their progress getting a nuclear weapon, and it was a lot going on, right? And trying to figure out, well, why in the world we went to war for anyway? What we went to war for? Because trust me, Israel, as small as Israel is, think about it, they are fighting Palestine, with Palestine, and they're fighting with Iran. Okay, well, Palestine slash Hamas, but Hamas and Palestine got their own internal conflict. It's a lot going on. But I mean, Netanyahu, the way he speaks about the war and like make little side jokes about, like, kaput or whatever, stuff like that about killing people, I mean, god damn. You understand what I'm saying? And he looks like a typical white guy. but he has the accent. Like, it's just crazy. It's, I mean, just crazy to me. Like, how long they've been fighting wars and shit? Decades. I don't have time for that. And then, we know Trump ain't gonna do what all the steps and all this hell. So it's crazy, right? But and then people up there talking about the gas and went the gas done went up, and I don't know how much it is, but they say it's real high. So just talking about on the day in class said the gas, bro, I don't know how much it is, but they say it's high. So that's I don't get something. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, well, I told you what my barometer is. Now, listen, I did better. I'm doing better. If the little funky car said that it needs a certain kind of gas, I put that certain kind of gas in there. All right. But all them other ones that's not, you are getting that cheap gas. We're gonna get the hell. I don't see no difference. Listen here. We got powertrain. Uh, water. I don't see no damn difference. Okay, gas is gas shit. All right. As many times I done picked up the damn diesel gas, and what saves it is that that not that thing don't fit in the hole. So I've been put deep child. Listen, on that ain't what I do. Okay, that's not what I do. Anyway, so check this out, child. Now Harvey left at TMZ. He is an attorney. I don't know when the last time Harvey worked on a case, because he has been that dude outside of the People's Court forever. That's when I was real young. He was out there. Now I know Harvey can't be 75. He can't be that much older than I am. I mean, he can't be like 20 years older than I am. And sometimes when he speak on the law or certain things, whatever, it's not right. It sounds like he like he's just a normal person, right? And I know it's easy for you to forget what you've been taught, but it's like he's be way off, right? I don't know why. I said I get it, right? I get it. I was talking about that the People's Court and TMZ. So and he was another guy. I didn't know he was gay until later on. I had no clue. And it like nothing wrong, but I'm just saying I was like, oh okay. Right. So I don't know if anybody was paying attention to TMZ and everything. Y'all, I have to show you this TMZ so we can get our laugh all the way on. It's funny, but it's not funny. I just don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say no more. Or what goes on. But okay. Here we have um, so it did it. So he's taking my what? You know what I mean? Now you see that is um offset. They said that's him on the ground when he got shot.
Where he was allegedly shot. Details around that situation have been limited. Thankfully, according to a spokesperson, he's being closely monitored. The department clarified that the situation was quickly contained and 2 people were detained by police.
At me like this. That shot me.
Okay. Y'all. Then there were photos, baby, that took me down on the ground. It put me on the ground. It put me, listen, I don't know what to do no more because I don't know what's inappropriate, right? Because anybody that knows me, it could be something funny, my ass is gonna laugh. Or it could be something serious going on and I may find a joke about it. You know what I'm saying? Just like comedians do, right? It might be bad timing or whatever. But honey, because if you understand sometimes how I think, if you say something or if you understand what I'm saying, you be telling me something and I may be there just for, trying to picture it in my head, okay? But baby, I'll be ready. And so, people that know me or whatever, um, like they see something they know I'm gonna laugh at, it's Angie, and they'll point and they know I'm gonna just pass out laughing and stuff. Cause it be funny. You don't be mean to laugh, but it be funny. Now listen, I don't know what was going on. Y'all. This him took me out. He is in sometimes like he is not connected, but then with some of the things he say, he knows what's going on, right? Let me tell you. So he didn't know that those are the new little wheelchairs that the hospitals have. They have been in a little wheelchair. Yeah, as an armrest on here. We don't have the hospital I go to. They come get that little blue thing. They don't have no armrest on or the right arm. You got to lean on over there to that left and hold on to that little thing. I'm like, oh my God. I be scared. I'm thinking I stick out all that, blood or whatever. You gonna have to go get another one, the black one. Child, they pushing you on out and pushing you on in that little blue thing. Baby, look at this boy here. Had that cigarette. He don't have a tooth in his head. He out there in the gown.
Casino. Offset was spotted outside a Florida hospital in a wheelchair, casually smoking just a day after being shot at a nearby casino. Offset was spotted outside a Florida hospital in a wheelchair, casually smoking just a day after.
Where is the picture of the lady holding the camera? Baby, he didn't need you holding that camera. He needed you He needed you to help hold that cigarette or light that cigarette. When I tell you, and see, he done got shot, whatever, and I shouldn't be laughing, right? Listen, when TMZ put that, listen, halt. Now, he out there. Now, Cardi, listen, baby. Now, this is gonna be on your status. I know you hate him. I know, and I ain't telling you got to take him back in or whatever because he looked real skinny on that floor. He looked real little, like he done lost about 20 pounds. That can happen when you ain't got enough money to eat. Okay. Now, you got your ass stuck up there at the casino. You know why? Because you done lost all your goddamn money. And now you got to stay at that casino to get something. Okay? Now, when it comes to gambling, I already know that I would probably have an addictive personality when it comes to. Now, I don't know if, well, it has been that way because that don't, it's just like you have a addictive personality for some things. I mean, you have addictive personality for all things. But listen, okay. So I already have in my head if I ever go to a casino, but never bet, I'm not spending over $200. And laugh and say, well, Elvis, you ain't gonna win no money. And when I lose that $200, I'm going to be mad. Tell you that. This man has lost thousands. He is calling Selena Powell. You see, y'all gonna watch the shows and stuff. So, I mean, y'all know what Selena Powell gives. Okay, how she do? He is hooked up with Selena Powell. Now, listen, you must be need somewhere to sleep. Cause that ain't nothing nobody is falling in love with. Okay. I think she done been with academic. It's a lot going on with Selena. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but she got a lot going on. I don't need to go to TMZ, child, because I'm gonna tell you how in the game they are, and while y'all be talking about me and the shows, I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna show y'all something. Yeah, for me like you wanna. Um, is this the one? Hold on. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know who no little damn little TJ was, honey. I need the damn video from the 8th, I believe. I'll show y'all something. Y'all better get into it. Is it this one? And it's terrible that they haven't found that lady, Savannah Guthrie mom. I don't I don't know what's going on with that. I feel real bad. Anthony Anderson talking about, and to a certain degree, I understand what he's saying, talking about we sending people, spending money, sending people to do laps around the moon where there are there's people in need, and so and I understand that. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, but I understand that also what studying science does. What have you, but this stuff out. Issues with homelessness, hunger. People can't pay their a lot of stuff. I mean, they say gas high. I don't know how much it is, but it's a lot of stuff going on. Now, why is that this up here? Oh, I'm tired. I know the people probably tired of me rescheduling an appointment. I didn't even care. Okay, people. They don't want me to shoot, but I'm going to. Because this, I told y'all, watching them shows keep you informed somewhat about you know the backstory or whatever, what the hell is going on. Right? Okay, I'm gonna play it.
On vacation.
Look at the hey, look at the water.
I mean, I'll be honest, that is what I was looking at. So Euphoria had their big premiere party last night, but the spotlight was kind of stolen by someone who was working on the red carpet, interviewing the stars like Zendaya
Can I
and
tell you
Sydney
what?
Sweeney.
Hey, it's Sierra.
Yes,
but
Sierra
can I tell
Miller
you,
from Summer House.
she literally pulled a scandal ball because remember,
those people.
no, what's her name?
Tom and
Ariana.
Ariana. Yeah.
Ariana is now the host of Love Island after this, so now she's doing red
Sierra
carpets.
Miller is doing red carpets, right? So
Y'all
she found a way to work in these.
Y'all know who those people are. I do. I do. Yeah, I do. I know who all those people. Ariana and Stargirl start with a C. Anyway, story is that Tom and Ariana they was friends for a long time when he was born with oh Lord, what's the girl name? She's on she's doing the same show, but she's on the Valley, and he was dating her, and they were just terrible for each other. I mean, she'd be beating his ass. It was crazy. And then he started dating Ariana. I don't know. I think they're over. I think it's an overlap, but they trying to say it's not overlap. I think it's overlap. And they were with each other for like a long time, and then he slept with the tall girl who was engaged to the boy with the accent, white guy with the accent that's a DJ, but he he was dating another girl. Oh, but anyway, and it's crazy, right? And the same girl that dated Tom first with oh Lord, what the girl that why? Oh, y'all knowing who the people are. Um, now I don't know why they pictured together. Maybe okay, Kristen, that's what it was. So Kristen was going with Tom. Okay. Kristen and I also had sex with Jax, but let me keep going. Kristen was going with Tom. Tom and Ariana was good friends, right? And then all of a sudden they are in a relationship. They're in a relationship a long time. Okay. He cheated on Ariana with Raquel, the tall girl that was standing up there. Okay. It was, and you see Harvey them know about it. It was a scandal. And his name is Sandoval. So when they say somebody's putting a scandal, meaning a scandal, okay, made famous by Tom Sandoval. Tom and his partner, the other Tom Swart, they have a restaurant deal. I think they still with Lisa Vanderpump. You know, Lisa gave them it gave an opportunity to go in business with her, whatever. So I don't know. I mean, because there was some issues, and I think they brought her out or something like that. But anyway, honey, hey, when I tell you that was a mess. Now I see this black girl. She, I guess, I haven't seen. I don't watch Summer House, but some of the characters on Summer House they date other people that on other shows, but I don't watch Summer House because I take that to be like a show for like real young preppy white girls that's real tiny. Okay, it's just I mean they're in I think in New York. Oh, I think they're in New York because one of the guys on Southern Charm, but they just broke up was dating. I think her name was Paige too. Was dating this girl, and they were going. I mean, he said he passed the bar. I don't know, but he actually made has a home design line, and he had made pillows and stuff like that. And so like he had a few rocky relationships, and all of them done down. They child, when I tell you a damn non-traditional family, what? You can't hardly people up. But yeah, I'm about to show y'all, but just tell y'all how these reality shows are taking over. And nobody told me that K Michelle was on Real Housewives of Atlanta and that it was back already. Nobody told me anything about that. I would have known that if I wouldn't have watched K Michelle the other day talking to Jason. Jason, that show he has now that's on BET, that show was with Lemon Pepper. Lemon Pepper let the gave him a platform and Jason Lee did his award show on Zeus Network with Lemon Pepper. I should not Lemon Pepper. I be ashamed because I don't even know these people. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't be wanting, yeah, like if y'all go someplace and it's like completely foreign. Hey, would you be comfortable in that setting? Hell no, but somebody lemon pepper. Hell, actually looking for damn lemon pepper. No, they talking about lemon. They talking about him. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even know. But whatever. Anyway, if y'all don't even know Action Girl, the girl be knowing. I'm all of you. I mean, that shit be happening in our lives too. Mm-hmm. You can get you some good coping skills, or find out the cutest way to break down. You know, share the tip with your man, shit like that. But yeah, anybody, that Offset. Yeah, Offset look like he is at one of the hospitals that that but people don't have no insurance. But I tell you, y'all, you better watch how you treat people. When I tell you it's out of God's will, karma, I don't know what it is. When I tell you, it comes back. It's coming so fast and hitting people. Right. Now, they show Offset on the private jet with the bags of money. Now, check this out right here. Now the ballers are using like the plastic vacuum wrapping for the damn money. I'm not. Is that even necessary? So when we were flying over, and they were flying over to Florida, a lot of them had money back, and they were saying most likely that was Offset money. Well, houseway. Get that Dior, come on. Dior, Ariana Grande, sit down. Sit down. Sit. Anyway, she got him. So, I don't know where. I don't know what's going on with Offset. But like I said, if y'all seen the photo, he in that bed with Selena Powell. Get out of me. Get the hell out of my trash. He is fooling around with that damn Selena Powell. And come on now. Stop. You a hard headed something. Get your ass on. So it looks bad. It looks really bad. Now Cardi, I ain't telling Cardi to take that nigga back. No, no. But listen, that's dragging her status. Okay. And he's probably, and Offset was probably all scrunched up like that because it is cold down here. The wind is blowing. I'm doing the stupid shit that nobody's understand. Baby, I had that damn air condition on 62. Straight on, no auto and none of that shit like that. But I know it's big enough, honey. The one over here is big enough, the one over there is really big enough. We don't have to worry about no freezing or none of that. It's on constant. And guess what I do? Got me an electric blanket right there. Or like a little pad sometimes. And cut that on instead of doing wood. Cause that's me, that's not an option. That's not an option. It's not an option. You coming over, bring your jacket, bring you some, get your stuff on your head, cause you will be cold. Yeah. I ain't gonna be able to do that. But they heat here. And then, but now I have to be kind of diplomatic because you'll hear something and put the heat on for a couple of minutes to not to chill out. And I'm looking around, not to chill out. What the hell? When I mean a couple of minutes, I mean a couple of minutes because you know what? Us ladies of a certain age and a certain or a certain situation, listen here. With these hot flashes now, and it's probably because my skin in my head went through so much damage. Now, when I get the hot flashes, when I tell you, it seems like I've been sunburned, and my face is hot as hell. Now I'm thinking it's centering, it's stopping up there now because it's it's already a area that's affected, right? Not infected, affected, okay? So because I don't get that, and this is so crazy, right? Like I was early on, I was getting like in the torso, a little heat on the torso, just a little heat, and it goes on, right? Now that motherfucker seems like I got my face in a sauna or something. I mean, it's red. It seems like the sun just chilling on the edge of the bed. I mean, it's awful. It's the worst shit ever. And this medicine, like they say, you can use it for that. Because the other thing is, they said, well, you can go get something. But they say if you go get that, you can increase your chances of getting cancer. I'm like, well, shit, fuck that. I'll just, what I'm saying. I'll try to take the other little mess, but I don't think that shit working. And then my cousin from Haiti, that she told me that my other cousin said, yeah, something I got that from Amazon. Shit, I look like I drunk the whole goddamn bottle. That shit was hot. Like I drunk the whole goddamn bottle in a week. Like I'm trying to tell y'all, I don't know what men like we have to carry the baby. I don't think the men have nothing equal for that, right? You know what I'm trying to say? We get hot flashes and stuff like that. I don't think the man have nothing for that, right? Well, what's the worst thing to do? They go bald. right? If that they go bald. Well, we have women that go bald too, especially they had like thin hair. So my thing is, this shit here ain't even equaling out. Not at, no. Like, I mean, what? Like someone make it bussy. Y'all know what a bussy is, don't you? Y'all from the South, y'all from play, y'all heard of bussy? Some people get bussy. Y'all, this bussy is when, because I used to, we had to find out what our choir director, because he used to come into the church, come in wherever, and he would have that hat covered over his midsection and most of his little thigh, right? And but sometimes get a little relaxed, it's people don't saw it and all that shit like that. And it's a big old extra thing on the inside of the leg. Now it's a man gonna have to explain to y'all exactly what it is. Now I don't believe what my mom and them told me it is, because that don't make no sense. Because they talk about the people balls and they penis done went inside their motherfucking thigh. They ain't never had no good information when it came to the motherfucking like OBGYN-ish type of shit. They ain't never had no good information. And hell, I follow goddamn suit. I say, listen here, Miss Young. If you kiss a boy, you'll die. Mm-hmm. I had to tell her that when she came on her period. Right? She didn't know what to do. I'm falling all out in the house when she came on. She's this some bad shit they done. They ain't give us tell her crazy shit talking about the man penis and his balls that is inside that big. Okay, well how he peeing then? Auntie, mama, how the man peeing? They saw the man balls and penis done turned inside the man leg on the right. I never get that, Mr. Randolph. Mr. Randolph, he was he played the piano and he was the choir director. And baby, when I tell you, he was the choir director for the youth and up. And I don't remember Mr. Randolph missing a day. He was over then. He was always there. He always had his little suit, but baby, come on in now. That hat, he had that hat right over that part, right? And I like I told you, I have a full blown grown up since I was young. So I was okay. I don't know why he got his hat. They know about other men in here got their hat down there, and then we had seen it. And then that's why we go to your parents. You don't go to the man and say, what's that? See, we weren't ignorant children, okay? An ignorant family. Because you run to them up on project kids and all that type of shit, they gonna be cracking jokes. They're gonna talk about your ass and all that type of they did all, some of them did that. Okay. We didn't do that. We went right to the source. Hey, Mr. Randolph got a big inner thigh. And what they told us, and it was in unison, mama, auntie, uncle, family together. They say that man is bussy. Now, I don't know if bussy is a real goddamn, it sounds like some shit they done made up. But listen, it sounds like some shit they done made up. But let me tell you something. As I don't know, let me use this real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna look it up. Bussy. How to spell it? Good. Yeah, Bussy. Y'all, I done put it in. And of course, maybe some nigga goddamn Google came up. Bus is the slang term often used in the LGBTQ communities that serves as a what is that? A portmanteau of boy and PUSSY. I'm not talking about that. Maybe it's an E. I'm telling you something. I bet you some shit that we done made up down here in Florida. Or to the male anus. This keep coming out the male anus. I put an E in. I didn't put the E in before. See, I put BUSCY. It came up with Gary Busey. I can't handle this. Like I said, it's some shit that I made up. But everybody in Florida know about it. Okay. So, I know y'all don't know what the bolita is. The bolita is the underground numbers thing that they had back in the day. And I think they still do it. And only, that's the numbers man or the money man come knocking the door. That's the bolita. Bullets are a fruit. I forgot what exactly it is, but it was so damn funny. My cousin was in my room and my daughter was in there. And he said, "Hey, you want some bullets?" And my baby was looking like, thinking it's real bullets. I just said, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know those Florida things, but anyway, they didn't help us. Like, they're talking about, like, going to sex education. I'm talking about teaching us how to have sex. We can't take that class, child. I took a home ed twice in the 8th and ninth grade. Mm-hmm. Oh, and the 7th grade. Home economics. I made pillows, vests, cook, and yeah, yeah, decoration. We wasn't doing sex education, so that was absolutely no. But yeah, anyway, I didn't know that Kim Michelle also did an interview with the quarterback. Cam, he's fine. Cameron, what name is it? He look crazy there now. Cam, he said, so let me tell you something. I don't watch the whole thing interviews and stuff like that. I mean, I might get like a little snippet, whatever. That's why I be dependent on people who is extracting the important information and making sure it's right. Because that's the channel I'm going to get the rebate version. But I can listen to, oh, you can stop waking up. Um, I told y'all some of the adventures we be on, baby. We don't leave a dollar on the floor back on the table. Nowhere. I got my stupid ass on time. I'm trying to tell you. I don't know how long this gonna work out. I got lost going to the place today. Right. And the guy, the ex-fiance, like, I don't understand. You lived in Florida then all your life. I mean, everybody, why you always getting lost? I don't know how you can't read maps. Listen, this don't make no goddamn sense. I get lost, not knowing east, west, direction, all that. Why the hell are you gonna give me a with all that shit on there? And I can't hardly see. I ain't no motherfucking truck driver. I ain't no cab driver. I'm not gonna get no highlight or no red marker and find the place on that little motherfucker and trace it on and then get in the car. No, I'm not doing none of that. Mm-mm. I think I am the reason why they invented GPS. Okay, and GPS came out, bitch. What? But people don't say, wait a minute, everybody knows you go from I said, baby, I get lost. However, I can go to Disney World. I can drive there with my eyes closed. Yeah, Orlando was a place I wanted to move to. I love Orlando. Oh my God. And I try to stay at them, stay on a Disney property. Oh Lord. But anyway. So now, moving right along. I I'll tell you something happened to them. The Wi-Fi, whatever. And I said, well, let me check the traps. See if anybody said something. But I'm not waiting to respond. 2 or 3 more years. I don't have time for all that. Okay. I'm done playing. We're going to get something straight. I'm done playing. I don't know about no insensitivity, name calling, none of that. Right? When you wasn't hollering stop the violence 2 years ago, I don't want his shit. Okay? And I say, this applies to this sector. I don't give a damn who likes me or not. This shit got to motherfucking stop. Okay? Y'all act like y'all know what to do. I ain't know no shit like this. In our real life, you know goddamn well shit like this what be going on. As it has been for 7 years. some man would have been done something bad a long time ago. We don't live no goddamn live a life with all this goddamn crazy ass bullshit. Motherfucker just line. I mean, just ridiculous. We done gave these people more money than we done gave some of our family members. We have visit with these people more than we done visit with some of our family members and our friends. And I say we. I don't leave myself out. You know? We help create the problem. We contribute to the problem. No, and that's not true, should have been in our fucking vocabulary. Sounding like fucking Barry White years ago. As my mom would say, it's time out for this bullshit. It's time out. Okay? And listen, I always got to come and do the job. Okay? Now, let me back it up. If it's some girl shit, which is rare around me. I don't have all this shit going on in my life. But if it's some man shit, a man is gonna get it together. Okay? We all gonna be in a single file line. Yeah, this motherfucking goddamn nipples. You just wanted to nipple long. They got a lot on. Listen. We don't just sit here and go along with any and every motherfucking thing and shit like this. No. We don't do that. We don't do that. But when the thing, the Wi-Fi thing went out and they sent me the password, whatever. But so I was checking the track. Okay. And I had saw, all the videos live. And I had to go check the board and I'm see if I gotta get you. Gotta get you. Or maybe I, ignore your ass, right? It just depends. So I had landed on, JoJo's page, right? And I was like, I couldn't really hear him. We had the music up a little high. But let me tell you how good I am, right? And you have to stay to the end of this when I say this. See how good I am. I said, this music sounds like collection plate music, the part that he was playing, or View a Body on Friday music at the funeral home, right? I'm like, oh my goodness. He was on there, sounding so somber, I couldn't really hear. Can't cut this shit up loud, I'm like, oh Lord, he sounds like he got to, catch the bus. But sometimes our finances, will determine whether we're gonna motherfucking still be in this dwelling and walk to work or catch the bus or be in this motherfucking car, sleep. Okay? Sometimes it gets like that. I told you, I was about 1 or 2 months away. Okay. And praise God, capital money. And guess who's still finding out what I'm yeah, don't worry about it. Capital money. Not no security, not no starter. Capital goddamn money. Not playing. But I thought, oh Lord, I was like, oh my God. I hope those ain't got to catch the damn bus now. Shit. And so I was listening, right? I said, oh, this is collection plate money. Collection plate music. And I always be joking, y'all, because I'm getting serious. Because they usually happy and shit, doing what people should be doing. Whatever, child. I ain't what had in the house. I had to listen a little longer. And he said, start talking about, if you want to contribute to him, I thought, oh no, he been asking some money. I said, I knew I was right. This is collection plate music. I said, oh Lord. And then I said, no, he's probably gonna say donate to our kid. Now I'm gonna get some things about him right. And sure, as I'm sitting here, he said, donate to our kid. And then, because I said, remember I said at the beginning, I said some funeral home music going on, you'll buy it on Friday, a collection plate money, open the doors to church and join church music. And then Sir Miguel, before that, Sir Miguel was talking about he be dreaming himself being in a casket and shit like that. I was like, oh my God. I said, damn, I was on the same course with him. I said, oh, I'm good. Still got it. So, but they always, I don't know what was going on. They, they be happy or whatever. I was like, sound like you got to catch the bus. Okay. Catch the bus. Take about 2 or 3 of them checks. You be rolling again. Whatever it is, gonna be okay, baby. Ain't nothing to stress about. It is what the fuck it is. And my daughter even has sent me something. And I don't think she ever sent me anything inspirational ever. And understand this right. Now, you understand it like I tell it to you, not like it sounds, right? I don't come from outside and plus the extra daddy. I don't come from families that do a lot of hugging and, I love you, live it, but you know what I'm saying? That's not a need. This is what I'm saying. I ain't saying we don't need it. I'm just saying we don't need to hear it all the time because we already know that. Okay, we already know it. And from the job they have done with us, they had to. Okay, the way they described it, like, listen, I'll go naked before I let my motherfucking child be naked. Okay? I'll go hungry before I let my child be hungry. Okay? I know, like, a couple, I be asking for a lot. The school time, Christmas time. Yeah. But it's a lot. And you know, a couple times, you know, my mom had to finagle that shit a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But the job got done, and I saw the sacrifice. So when I started, so you don't have to tell me every day. Even in a relationship, I had to hear it every day. I start saying it more now with my friends and family because, the people, they dropping off. In the business, and we just like, oh my God, can we hold on? So, but like, all that hugging and like I said, my friend Jay, they said, she don't like that. The whole couple. Mm-mm. Fist bump, shake hands, or whatever. Because, I told you that girl that came over on that Christmas, she was like, I know you don't like to be hugged, but can I give you a hug? Like, yeah, right. You know, um, I've let go a lot of my preset, robotic, just how I am. I ain't changed. I'm okay. I've let go of a few things, but I was wondering. People don't be real with themselves, right? Like when I tell people, get the shotgun or do this, whatever. I can't think of a time where whoever I was, whatever I was telling, when some shit when it's going down, they laugh, laugh it off, and we have a chuckle about it. Mm-mm. Most of them do it, or a few of them are try to talk me out of it, right? But they know me, and they know I'm serious as hell. Like Tim told you, we had an argument. Remember the dude? Saw the dude on the trailer that day. And I wanted to finish cussing him out, and we came out the damn ABC Jackson. But Tim said it. I told Tim to get that goddamn shotgun. He's like, nah. Now we hadn't. We were, we had met, and then we lost contact. We met again, right? So we was nowhere as tight as we are now. But like, I'm thinking, you got a whole shotgun in your trunk. So that, I mean, it means you ain't really playing with nobody. How we do it? If it's in the trunk, oh, it's a whole shotgun. It's a whole rifle or something, right? That's what's going on. And he didn't get it. And then he was a temporary bitch ass nigga, okay? Because that's when I used to stay like closer to the TPS, right? I said, and you see all the signs, right? What the people that be playing golf, TPS. So and I told him, I said, when we get back to the house, because that's actually we're doing the Prince and Barbie. And when we get back to the house, I'm gonna tell them people, I'm gonna tell everybody that you was a bitch ass nigga. And then you heard him on now listen, I didn't tell him to shoot. That's what he did. So he likes to tell people I told him to shoot. I did not tell him to shoot. I told him to get the rifle and hold it because he is, hanging out the car. And so he's waiting for somebody. He's waiting for somebody. So that means he's with somebody. I don't know if it's 2, 3, I don't know. But get the rifle. Because I want to finish cussing his ass out by that prejudice ass shit he said. And lo and behold, while he was with a black dude, almost lost my goddamn mind. When I hit that door, baby, I had a story to tell everybody. My gosh, you want me to shoot people on you? Everybody, I mean, ain't nobody really said nothing. I mean, they grand or whatever. But I ain't tell you to shoot no goddamn body out here in this and just out in the open like that. The hell? The hell I'm gonna tell you to shoot him for. I don't know how you get down. I know I ain't even say it. And get the rifle because I want to finish cutting this. Because that racism, I'm trying to tell you, that racism unleashes a rage out of me to I lose all sense of. I done chased people all over the high speed chase through the bank, child in the front seat from little to motherfucking 20 something. I'm like, hold on. This motherfucker, they want to start it because it's very, very prejudiced. And you know, I be living in them areas where they prejudice. They so goddamn prejudiced that the girl, the girl that from Crystal, she was in Miami and she moved here because she had got the directed to the hospital. And we stayed at that time. We stayed, right around the corner from each other, Honey and Manor. She said like they had like little places you can go to eat, whatever, like scattered through that area. And she went to the barbecue place, and she said when they walked in, and they dark skinned. They walked in, something that like everybody went looking, and it was that prejudice. You know what I'm saying? That she faced here that made her move to Atlanta. Made her move back to Atlanta. That's crazy. I mean, that, and it's even worse now. And Lord, y'all, I try to stay out the way. I try to stay out the way because when we were seeing those images of the white man putting the gun on the black lady at the gas station. See, I don't want to do none. I don't be in none of that. Okay, because that racism shit, and that bully shit. That I've been gonna throw my goddamn life away because I can't goddamn control it. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't stand that shit. Yeah, and I can't stand nobody fucking with me. Oh my gosh. It be its own, right? It is on. So that brings us to Lord have mercy. Why y'all? Y'all tell me what y'all getting out of this. What are y'all getting out of this? Just somebody tell me something, right? The man is in jail, and I told you it was gonna be a battle for him for different reasons, right? Different reasons. Now, I'm not saying that because he's in jail, you leave nothing right. No, that's not what you do. That's not what you do with something, a cause you care about, somebody you love, something like that, right? Um, I might not be a big, I love you, love you, love you, love you, all day and all night. Listen, my actions and the way you feel, you fucking know I love your motherfucking ass, right? If my main focus and objective, and it is as the years go, and if I'm able to do more, whatever, it's pretty much centered around helping and serving, right? helping and strangers or whomever, helping and serving. Getting up in the morning to get extra so I can have extra to give out. Okay? Now I don't know how long this gonna be. But I already got plan B and C. Okay. So I know I may come off, uh, like a bitch, and yeah, you know, that's that's pretty much what it is. But I'm not just being a welcome bitch at the clear blue sky. I don't fuck with nobody. Don't fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm reasonable. I can talk to your motherfucking ass. And we listen to him. We got to love one another, whatever. But I ain't above getting an understanding of what the fuck your problem is, and you can understand what's my problem. And I like the situations that be like, you did some fuck shit one time. So you got into it, you ain't did shit no more. Okay? And we coexist in this world. Sometimes shit would be cool than we was before. I had motherfucking power slamming your ass on the ground. But when we're out here, right, and I think that we had a good little program going, right? It lacked cohesiveness. It damn sure lacked a stable leader that had the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Because I guess R. Kelly was thinking that we get people on social media to help out. Not in which I don't think he really understood that the people on social media can't do nothing but say, free R. Kelly. Those people can't even. I don't know how it is now, but I don't think you can wear shirts like that in the courtroom, in a fair courtroom. I mean, we know yes you can, but at one point it all depends on the judge. The judge can restrict that, but so, but and I wouldn't have been my time, energy, all muscle to no motherfucking bullshit. I was side, right? And we learned a lot. Then you have people that come out here and fuck it all up. The people be confused, and people hitting you, trying to get some explanation like why this. I'm like, this. I'm gonna tell you this, and you ain't gotta believe me. You ain't gotta believe whatever you're go try to figure it out yourself. And keep in mind, and I keep saying it again, keep in mind, the shit has already played out. He done been through court, he done been through appeal, he done been a review, he done been damn near everywhere but what, 2055. And he still has some options for post-conviction relief. As you see, what they're doing that man, his attorney, that, filing motions and shit, right? What is Rule 29 or Rule 30, right? you had, I mean, we invested a whole bunch of money in a month. God. Mm. I get mad when I think about it. Pace bill, transcripts. Yeah, okay. And you had people constantly fucking shit up. Um, Talking shit about other people's efforts, right? And you know, we all laugh at at the ghetto shit or whatever, right? But at least, you know, they got out there to do something, you know. How much you know, the impact, I don't know. But at least they did something. You had people coming on their channels discussing um the discussing the whole case or what have you, right? Dedicated. I'm like, okay. It was just, you know, you had people acting out the different roles. You had people reading those motherfucking long ass transcripts. This is people time and money and energy. But yet it turns into a what shit show. And that y'all remember that call when you were able to listen to what was going on in court and the call, and it was a live line, and you heard the ignorance that was going on. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I just don't understand. It's like, is this for real? Is this for real? You know, and I don't care, you know, who it was or whatever. But like, you can have a good time while you're trying to figure out some shit and trying to help out, right? You don't come and just because it wasn't your idea, um, you're in the head of whatever, try to destroy what somebody else put together. Whatever, you know, that is so crazy to me. And right now, to this day, I think really only, well, I don't count that, but really only one person collected money for supposed to be going to court, wherever, and then didn't take their ass up on court, and that was rated R. Okay, and he got all kind of flyers and stuff, whatever going on, and he be believe she about whacked out her motherfucking mind and shit like that. But nah, I know Bozo collect a lot of money. But he collected a lot of money for his personal bullshit that he didn't do. So that's why I didn't add. I didn't. But I'm talking about as far as on behalf of R. Kelly. Now y'all know something they collected for. But I don't think he as a matter of fact, He ain't never collect no money from the R. Kelly. Well, I can think, if I think of it, like, not for R. Kelly personally. He collected money to take his ass down there. He did go. But like seeing R. Kelly, he never done it. So, teach his own. But I just, mm-mm. And I know goddamn well, and I know some of y'all are laid back and y'all want to get into the shit of this bullshit. You don't like this, but I can't do it. I can't. 7 years of bullshit. 7 years of you thinking a person is. Some people are solid or halfway solid, or you came for whatever you came for. That's what you said, and then come find out it's totally different. What the hell is going on? So let's get this shit right. This is the lies. Okay. Of course, this is Bozo. No. Hope y'all can hear it.
Now, I'm not one to gossip. The TV show, and to make him look like a monster when that's not really who he is. And when people stuck up for him, those people kind of got canceled. But what happens when the same people that got canceled is still standing up for Robert, still saying the same thing, and y'all people that try to cancel us have to come back and apologize to us?
For what?
I'm going to take it even further. What about when you get in that situation and you want somebody to turn around and say, yo, help me, and we be like, oh no, we're going to believe what the masses say, even though the masses are lying. That's what I mean when I say a double-edged sword will cut you deeper than any other blade. Let's finish. From somebody that was abusing you. I don't know what are we supposed to do? Right. Like, how are you as a human? What are you supposed to do? What would you do?
Well, I think you're navigating it in a world that a lot of us may not relate to because we haven't been put in that position. I feel like, when I talked about him with you the last time, I didn't feel like you defended him or protected him. Mm-hmm. And I think he posed the questions that a lot of us asked because there were a lot of enablers that didn't go to jail with him. And those people are still probably out doing the same old thing.
And they should go to jail. Yeah. Like, I just feel like if we're like, I don't want to be the enabler to Robert Kelly. What I do want to tell is my truth in that situation. What I do want to tell is when there was a man that was saying I was going to be shelved, the man that was violent to me. There was another man that said, you won't hear her.
So since the ending of the relationship in Memphis, you all have never sat down and talked to her. So do you have closure from that though?
I want to. I don't hate him, but I've seen interviews and things that I thought were so cold where there was no like, I'm sorry for what I did to her. It was always a pointing of the finger. And so that makes you not want to have any like remorse. You know what you did to me, and I'm trying to find the sauce. I'm trying to find the good in you. And you trying to find clout and hurt me even more.
So do you still feel like you need closure on that?
No, because he ain't gonna never give it to me. I just gotta let God give it to me. He's gonna always try to embarrass me, destroy me, or hurt me. Mm. I feel like I'm so tough as a woman. Either the exes that I've dated, either they're going to love me and ask me for advice, or they're gonna super hate me. And I'm not putting it on myself, but I am super rough in a relationship. I'm very rough. I'm rough, I'm direct, I'm to it, and a lot of men cannot handle it.
Oh, you did something right, because that big ring on your finger, you got a man.
But he just loves
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Hey.
so with that being said,
Mhm.
I've been looking at the chat. I've been looking at the chat, right?
You can't say nothing, right?
And I'm gonna say this: I have to disagree with Brianna.
Why?
I totally have to disagree with Brianna.
Why, Bozo?
She said that her position is wrong when it comes to Robert. I totally disagree because, and here's where I say I disagree at, because you have a woman who was abused, who was basically destroyed, and the man that they claim abused other women saved her, which will put anybody at a hold on. What's going on? There's a catch-22. Something ain't right. Something ain't adding up.
You ain't adding up.
Her position and how she defended is the way that she defended, and that's her position. Because she already told you, she a feminist because she was abused. So therefore, she hate men. Let's keep it a buck.
She does not hate men, stupid. She does not hate men. Okay, that's not what a feminist means. You know what I'm saying? And I'm using this as an example of what we kind of experienced for 7 years. Incorrect information. Nobody's saying, in my opinion, or whatever. I mean, the lies. Oh, the lies coming up. But it's like, and the more you motherfuckers don't say, hey, no, that's not right. That's not right. The more they continue to do and get away with it. I just don't get it. Okay? And one time, a long time ago, and I knew that we was going to break up when he said, why don't you just go along with it and stop asking all questions? Honey, because I don't let anybody insult my intelligence. Y'all, I don't know why I be trying to fight these big old men. 6'6", 6'4", 6'3". I don't know what I think I be doing. But you know, you don't tell me no shit like that, like I'm some fucking dummy. Okay? Yeah, like I said, I got a few friends that, look at you sideways when I say, hey, if you start some shit in the church, that's what we're gonna get down there. In the Lord's house, yes. In the Lord's house. Because apparently the Lord wants us to show out because the Spirit told this idiot to start some mess with me. Yes. We are going to get it crunk right here at the church. My aunt has got it crunk right there at the church. Right at the damn gone church. Okay? Got it crunk. Okay, the one, remember, I think I posted a picture, a black and white picture. I said, look like one of these civil rights situations or whatever. Cause my aunt, she like with the part one and stuff like that, a lot of black stuff, whatever. She helped bring that stuff here. When it came to voting and stuff like that, she started us at the polls. You know what I'm saying? Now, I was younger, right? And then when I got older, I went in like on the legal team, or I just went in as a whole organizer type person, or working on the little campaign, whatever. I contribute my few words to whatever the pamphlets are, and then let it be that. But yeah, and so strong women, that's all I know about. It was an out of body experience for me to see a woman crying over some nigga. It was. I was in shock. And I think it still takes me by surprise too, especially when you crying about a no good ass nigga. I'm trying to figure it out. I done seen people act like it is complete devastation and they can't go on because they're going through a divorce. Are you fucking kidding me? Baby, I had a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. Why is it taking so long? They be crying and snotting. I'm like, and I said, this is a while ago, I said, okay, I want to feel some kind of emotion like that, but I want to feel, let me see if I can, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause, baby, no, what? A no good one? Shit. Hey, when you think of it, except, I'm only banned from just that one place in Georgia. That hospital, nigga, had to get them. Okay? At this school, nigga, had to get them. And in Georgia, the two places in Georgia, the one place wasn't about no nigga, it was about the game that my child was playing. It was crazy. But the other one in Georgia, what? Nigga. So like, uh-uh. So mm, I have a hard time crying about no goddamn divorce. Because if we get a divorce, uh, that must be the solution to happiness. Well, come on down. You understand what I'm saying? What can we do to speed it up? Now, got, girl, it's so crazy here to get married and get divorced now in Jacksonville. Listen, it's crazy. So I'm tell you, it is crazy. In order to finish these ridiculous goddamn it's bullshit.
She hate men. And if she don't hate men, she only deal with them to a minimum. But
Did you
what
hear?
they telling her Rob did, she's saying, I don't see that. So basically, she's not against Robert, but she's not 100% for him either. However, in her truth, she tells what she saw, which leaves an optimistic point. Because I think what we're looking for is people that's going to be 100%. Oh yeah, Robert didn't do this, Robert didn't do that. I can say that. I can say 100% Robert didn't do this, and that. But when it comes behind closed doors, I can't say Robert didn't do this, and that.
Okay. For one, you just contradicted yourself, stupid. Yeah. I am so upset with y'all. I am. Because this Y'all still got this here 7 years later. Ain't no way in hell. I don't know nobody in my real goddamn life, and shit nobody online would let this situation happen. But this him still be out here with this bullshit. All these motherfucking lies. Okay? I don't give a fuck if it's some kind of mental motherfucking issue or what, but especially the people and they put their time, their money, and all this shit. Every time somebody come up with an idea, he come against it. Every time, it's just crazy. He been kicked out of people groups and shit like that. But he's supposed to be the help. Help who? If y'all don't help himself some motherfucking change.
You feel me? So it goes to a point of you have to hear, you have to pick, and you have to watch. Because if K. Michelle gonna do what I think she about to do, all hell about to break loose.
You don't know nothing he's talking about.
And I think it's about to happen in Chicago.
What?
I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're making up shit. What?
I'm not the one that have all the answers. But at the end of the day, a monster is not going to be a superhero and not turn back into a monster on the person he became a superhero for.
What?
I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
A monster is not going to be a superhero to a person and not soon or later turn into a monster on that person.
Yes, they do.
In other words, what I'm saying is, if you're a monster, you're a monster. If you're a superhero, you're a superhero. How is it that K. Michelle never got beaten with a shoe? K. Michelle never was made to eat shit. K. Michelle was never allowed to hit the little secret R. Kelly to go to the bathroom. K. Michelle was never, starving to eat. K. Michelle was never on the back of the bus. And somebody gonna say, Dana, why you saying that? Because K. Michelle and Azriel, they both got the same goddamn mouth.
No, they don't.
And they both act the same way.
No, they don't.
So you want to tell me that K. Michelle never went through that, but Azriel did? K. Michelle never went through that, but Geronda did?
There.
K. Michelle never went through that, but Faith did? And I'm going to pause here for a second. Everybody talking about, oh, Geronda said this, Geronda said that. But wait, why wasn't Dominique going to stay in New York? That should be a red flag for everybody.
Why would she gonna stay?
They went and got all these superficial people that they made lie. But they didn't go get Dominique. And Dominique was there with Robert longer than all of them.
Right. What did I tell y'all, Brian? This is the prosecutor's case. They put in who they put in. They present whatever facts. They present whatever facts. They present whatever evidence to support those facts and the motherfucking evidence. They're not going to goddamn go down the history of his life with every goddamn one, this, that, and the third, right? And what the hell, she probably most likely wouldn't have been a good motherfucking goddamn witness. She would have been a witness that was that you can say was probably complicit in some of the shit, right? Or she was a witness that didn't want to have anything, to get on the stand and stuff like that, right? when a prosecutor sense that type of hesitation and stuff like that, as you know, like if it's just one person, if they don't get the woman to testify, it's very few prosecutors will skip on with the case. So really, I mean, they ain't really need her. Like, oh my God. And just the thing right here, right? These people with their dumb as the dumb as legal, I don't even call it legal information. It's just shit they making up that you can't find nowhere in the goddamn law. And they can't define why this happened, this didn't happen, because they're not what? They're not what? Lawyers, attorneys. They're not that. They don't understand. Of course you don't understand.
Longer than all of them. Which leads you to believe that Bubba, and I'm gonna go here and I don't give a fuck how nobody feels. Bubba, Ruby Chris, set Rob up.
Hmm.
And it's crazy because you still got people that be around Rob that still talk and hang with Ruby Chris.
How you know that?
If Ruby Chris couldn't come to New York and say no, Robert didn't do that, Geronda was doing this, I'm the one that was sleeping with Geronda, Ruby Chris don't need to be around nobody.
Okay. First of all, you don't know what Ruby Chris, what the fuck his name is, Bubble, can testify to. You don't know what the fuck was going on. Yeah, she was messing around with Buck. Okay. But being a character witness and being a fact witness is this. It can be a slippery slope, especially in a case like this, okay? Ruby Chris, whether you like it or not, he's not on trial. There's not going to be a door that's going to be open and then, you know, we're going to hear all about Bubba's involvement. That's not how the prosecutor framed up the goddamn case. Now, again, right? Now, as far as just say, if they got beat, right? Just say the women got beat. Well, I don't think he was charged for no damn domestic violence, right? Okay. You can charge a person with sexual abuse, and that can encompass domestic violence. But you can't charge them with domestic violence and it encompasses sexual abuse. Okay, I told you that a long time ago. Okay? Now, like I said, if R. Kelly, you know, could prove that on what certain date he wasn't there, but his case wasn't really about where, you know, where he was. I mean, like, just say in the case of Don Ross, they say he called in the thing and somebody showed up. Did him and his friend, somebody went to Faith and had a gun on the side, all this extra shit, whatever. Well, just say if Don was in that part of the world. Then a witness can come out and say, hey, no, Donald was another part of the world. So they're talking about a different kind of action, right? Different kind of activity. Talking about, calling monsters and all this extra shit. With what R. Kelly was charged with, it had something to do with physical interaction. Okay? It revolved around sex and the exposure of the STD, which is what? Sex. It evolved around touching. Okay? Now, what he needed was a negative goddamn herpes test. That would at least get that out the way. But you can't change the age of those girls or women or whatever the fuck you want to call them when they turn a motherfucking birth certificate or ID. That's something that what we're gonna say. That's one of the elements for one or two of them. It's a matter on the 18 crossing the state lines affecting um commerce, right? Like, and they proved that they went from just say Florida to New York. They proved that by one, the flight itinerary ticket something, and that lady who got up there and said she booked the flights. Check that box off and move along. I mean, this is crazy shit. And these people come up with all this shit, all these conspiracy theories, all these theories and shit like that, as if that man had I don't know how many lawyers. And not one came up with the shit y'all motherfuckers talking about. It's a reason. Lord have mercy. Just, I mean, like, I don't know what to say.
He should have been exiled. Why? Because you're going to watch a man go to jail behind a lie of a whore.
Oh my goodness. All this performative shit. He calling a girl a whore. Like, oh my God. I'm saying, I'm going
to say it again. You're going to watch a man that you call your boy, your brother, go to jail behind a whore. These are the conversations that people ain't talking about.
Because it's irrelevant.
That's why a lot of the Chicago folks are like, oh, Dana, leave it alone. It's a Chicago thing. Don't get into it. No, y'all mad because I'm going to crack that motherfucking code. And I don't care who don't like me. At the end of the day, I'm not going to call R. Kelly my brother, my pop, my nephew, my cuz, and see him in jail and still party with the nigga, but I had the knowledge, the information to come and tell the government, Rob ain't do that. Rob wasn't even here. I'm the one that let Geronda in the house. I was dog sitting, 12 play. That's how Geronda got 12 play and was laying on Robert's bed. Let's keep it a buck. I was busting at Geronda and Robert's bed. Robert was in Africa.
They know majority of that. Okay, I don't know where no R. Kelly was, when, what, how, you know what I'm saying? What they have to do with the elements? y'all are blaming people for not being character witnesses, and it's because they would not, to be a character witness is very specific. To be a fact witness is very specific. Y'all want the people to fight about the story of everything happening in life with with whomever relationship. That's not how, what he was charged with. Like I don't understand. It says on the paper. This is real simple. This part is simple. Now, I'm not saying it's simple because it should be simple to me. I'm saying that it's simple because you have some kind of common sense. And you should look at a paper and see he was charged with this, and this. The government has to prove this. And in their opening, they're gonna say, and the evidence will show. And the evidence will show it. And when you see it, when you see it's evidence will show, that means they're gonna have some evidence. Okay? Documentary, testimony. Yeah. Several different concepts when it comes to evidence. Demonstrative.
The problem is everybody see the feds and want to say, okay, I don't want to say nothing no more. Okay, because they're gonna say something to me. This and this. Rude Chris Rude Chris didn't even get immunity. He pled the fifth.
Now, y'all help Jesus. Y'all heard he just said that the man pled the fifth. When he pled the fifth. Somebody tell me when he pled the fifth. Where did that information come from? Where did he plead the fifth at? Now you already said the man did take the stand, right? That's where he went pled the fifth. Huh? Is there a deposition that went along with it? Is on the record? No. Just crazy shit. Just lie.
That's why I say what I say. Niggas play games.
Like you.
Where I'm from, when somebody's life on the line and that's your boy, anybody that play games get one of three things. They get a pumpkin head, they get put in the wall, or they get exiled in all three.
Boy.
And I always say this, with friends like them, Robert don't need no enemies. And it's funny how Robert's locked up and all his so-called friends didn't take the stand to defend him, but they all taking the social media and talking about something big about to happen, or we got new music coming. What up, Cox? What up, Callie? What up, Shannon? I'm just saying. What did Ashley say? Hold on. Ashley said yes because he doesn't love her the same way. Up the river he goes. I'm lost. Ashley, what you talking about?
Trying to say everybody's relationship is different, fool.
Wait a minute. Up the river he goes. Robert just didn't want to wife K. Michelle, and eventually, Dana, what will happen is she will freak out and start ranting, like she's been doing on a lighter level, and say something she don't need to. See, I know K, and it's not like that for her.
No, you don't.
Was she upset that was she upset that Robert didn't wife her? Yeah.
How you know that?
But
you don't know them people.
She's not like that. K will walk away until you push her.
You don't know that girl.
You know what I mean?
You don't know that girl.
Until you push her. Now, when you push her, that's a whole nother K. Michelle. But I see where everybody coming from, though. Big Baby Pernell in the building. What up, Galatians? But I see where everybody coming from. So it's like, Brianna, I understand your point. I just didn't agree with it at that stance of it.
You missed it.
But I see where everybody coming from.
What? Hold on. I keep hearing two people are late because they were late. Oh. And I started to say something, but I didn't know. She's such a good a worker because she know damn well it's too much for me, and with the work she does already, it's gonna be too much for her because the schedule doesn't complement her full-time job. Waking up 4 in the morning, got to be there by 3. What kind of shit is this? And wait a minute, keep in mind, we are in orientation. We got split up. I'm on the 4 to 4 to 10 or something like that. 4 to 10. Like, I feel bad, but I was still trying to go out there. But I see, let me tell you. And the next one will be going off in 3 minutes. Let me tell you. Like, she don't want to say nothing. I be like, you gotta be able to speak up, right? And try to ask some people, because I want you to have your 4 days off. The other place she was working, right? I said, make sure, ask them, can they schedule you to call and with your other job, right? Not a problem, right? But this sounds kind of different because, but she coming in at but 9:30, and you got to be. You know, to me, you probably me. I got lost. I be getting lost. I'll get up at 1:45. But I gotta be there at 3. I know. I told y'all the size of town. It's crazy. I took a picture of the traffic. I should take a picture of the traffic tonight when I was coming. They build all these little loops and all this and bullshit, which just took some traffic off like the main road, but it really didn't improve how fast we get to the other side of the goddamn other side of town. It's fucking ridiculous. Let me tell you, this white girl, and she won't take no rides from us, and I think she softened it up, right? Because I tried to take on the first day because I saw her walking to the bus stop. I was like, "You need a ride?" No, I'm waiting for the bus. And then today, this black dude tried to pick her up, and because he saw her walking and bring her, you know. And then she was there on. She said she don't mean no harm, but that stranger danger stuff like that. I said, "Oh, okay." She said, "But I might, because she's talking about an Uber is gonna cost $45 to take her from the west side over here by me." She's at the beach, and I was like, I wanted to. I was like, "Girl, I am going that way." That's a long way. $45. I mean, $45 a day. And check this out. Her bus rides that she have to take. Guess how many hours? She said it's a 3-hour bus ride. 3 of them. What the fuck is going on? I know y'all be like, what the fuck is going on? Now check this out. In certain parts, right, they don't have bus service. So when I was in Manor, they didn't have bus service, nothing but one express bus that went in the morning and one express bus that went like in the evening. Okay, so if you have a child that needs to go to one of the schools, whatever, and you got to go, it's gonna be fucked up, right? So, but what they did make a that what they do have is a shuttle that you can call and schedule a pickup from your house, and I scheduled pickup from my house to the bus stop. When she was in the 9th grade, she didn't know how to drive, and she didn't have a car in the 9th grade. So now check this out right here. I guess y'all wonder, well, Angie, why you ain't taking? You know why? But the same problem she having now. See, she would have to be to the bus stop. I forgot what time. And I got to be to work at 7:30. Okay. So, and I know they're probably thinking I was fucking crazy. But to pick her up from where we live, take her to the bus stop, which is the next block. So it's like maybe 5 minutes. That was fine for me because we getting up to different times. I can't but that's why I tell you that when that boy, that's the job, that when that boy like to wake me up in the middle of sleep and all this bullshit, and I was just angry. Because when I listen, I don't get my motherfucking it's hard for me to go to sleep, right? And that's when I was really having They're sleeping this one. I can go to sleep. But when I'm asleep, it's 2 or 3 in the morning. Here go your motherfucking ass. Now, you want to mess around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Now I'm going to mess up the bed sheet. I got to get up, change the bed sheets. We got to take a shower. The motherfucker go back to bed for about 2 hours. I can't do that. I can't do that. That's how I developed Tanya and the playlist that was like Sierra Promise and some other motherfucking song, because I made a deal. I'm a negotiator. I made a deal. I said, if you leave me alone for a week, Friday and Saturday, we can do almost whatever you like. Okay? I'm gonna make it special. Please leave me alone. Okay? I'm not a morning person. And this was one of the only jobs I've ever had that I got to be there at 7:30. All that clocking in, can't do that. That talking about. I said, oh, so I got to go out and clock in. My old clock, you need a clocking kind of girl. That one on my goddamn second job. Yeah, yes, I don't see how y'all do it. I be struggling now. I be struggling with when Tuesdays and Thursdays when the class starts at motherfucking 10:45. Yeah. And Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 9. So what the fuck? Understand what I'm saying, child. I'm saying so bad. I feel bad for that. Damn, I should have said something. The wrong one.
A 9-month Geronda Page / Jordan confessed under oath she was with Bubba and never with Kels.
No, she didn't.
Right, Gemini.
No, she didn't.
But as I'm there watching, Robert got charged for everything Geronda, said because Bubba, aka Ruth Chris, didn't want to take the stand and tell the truth. I have a 31-year-old son.
No, he didn't.
Well, I have a 31-year-old. What's my birthday, son? I hope and pray nothing like they're having to be my son. Okay. Love Dana, do you think that Barry Hankerson could have instructed R. Kelly's employees to hand out Robert's number to underage girls in order to frame him? I wouldn't say Barry did it. I would say Barry had a meeting, and I would say that Barry gave an idea, but I think more of Demetrius and more of Durham. I'll say that. Because see, it's like when they went out, all right, and when Robert was out on tour, it was all right. It was different crews when they out on tour, and Demetrius would have his crew, and they'd ride behind the bus. Barry would come in time to time, but he barely even came in. But Demetrius would be running his crew, and he'd be taking money and doing something totally different.
Listen, this boy is making this shit up. He is literally making this shit up. If you have to understand, please understand. These are photo op fans or the fans of support group that they assemble from the motherfucking gym. Okay. Fake sisters. And I like the sisters, but it is what it is. And we are 7 years. It's gone, right? And a couple years ago, I told y'all in the post conviction phase that they were going to try to challenge, right? His challenge would be the violation of his rights, right? Some kind of constitutional violation. All of that, who had sex with who, and why nobody take this, that's out the goddamn window, okay? Because it ain't just what y'all motherfucking think. If that's the case, he would have everybody lined up on that motherfucker to understand. That's not how it works. There are rules. God damn. I mean, and it's so crazy. This shit has already played out. You're asking questions and answering questions that you should have the answer to by just okay. Why? Okay, he didn't have any or many motherfucking uh, witnesses in either case. And a subpoena can change all of that. You gonna bring your ass in, or you go to jail. What are we doing? What are we saying? This shit is already played out. If how he gonna be set up? If you go by the rules, how would he be set up for what he was charged with? He wasn't charged with being introduced to how he met this person in the Dolphin Hotel and Bubba jumping the gate on us. He wasn't charged with none of that. Deal with the charges, not the story of their motherfucking involvement. That's what I'm saying. Look at the indictment. Then ask yourself, did they prove this? Did they prove that? Did they prove that? It's right up on the penal code. It says, count one, count two, right there. Did they prove this, this, this? So they got nothing to do with no motherfucking Bubba, K. Michelle, or none of that shit. Y'all confuse people because you're talking about shit that one doesn't matter. Two, you're lying it all up. Three, you don't even understand the motherfucking law. And four, you're taking people through some places they don't even need to go. You just need to go to that paper. Understand. Okay? That's where you need to motherfucking go. They're not writing that shit up for y'all to understand or none of that. That's why. Just go to the paper. Go to the indictment. And it should answer all your multiple questions. Okay? Was Bubba involved in count one? Was Bubba involved in count two? And what I mean by that, the actual count, I'm not talking about whether him and Jerome got together. She already said that. I'm talking about in the count. Who is in the count? Who got to be proved whether they did it or not? Who? Who is being charged? Do you have any evidence that will disprove what's in the motherfucking indictment? That's all you had to worry about. I mean, I'm beginning to think this is a motherfucking money game for some of y'all. Shit.
So it's like, even if Barry wasn't there and Demetrius was such a Barry Hankerson stooge, that it's like Barry was there. Thank you, Cal. If you understand what I'm saying.
He don't know the fuck.
Barry wasn't there all the time, but when Demetrius was there, it was like Barry was there because Demetrius was like running a Barry Hankerson show. It was like that.
Yeah. Listen.
What up, Faith?
Okay. We have showed. I don't know. But for 7 years, this man been lying. He only had one job to do. For 7 years, this man has been lying. Okay. He don't have a relationship beyond with R. Kelly beyond the time that he met him, but when this shit started out 2019, whatever. Right? That's it. He don't know no Barry. Barry Hankerson ain't been Kel's manager in a minute. Shit. Just putting shit on motherfucking people.
These people don't know karma is coming for all who had a hand in setting Kelly up. Yeah.
How was he set up?
Preem in the building. Gemini Don said, and the part they don't talk about in Kel's New York trial, IDs were checked. That's how it was revealed Geronda had 2 IDs. No, you mean 3 IDs. And that's not how it was revealed. How it was revealed, Gemini, is Geronda got caught by the police. And when they went in her purse, she had 3 different legit IDs that had 3 different legit ages on them. And none of them was underage.
I don't know nothing about none of that. I can't remember back that far. I'm pretty sure he's probably lying. I think she did have fake ideas, something like that. But again, you're not understanding the law. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. I'm trying to catch our question before it go up. Hold on. Queen Prima Donna. Dana, do you think R. Kelly will come home soon? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I do.
How?
I do. Hey, TT. I understand, Dana. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, this situation is touchy. And because it's like a catch-22. And it's like, it's weird. Because it's very weird.
You don't know.
Oh, it was 3 IDs, yeah. Yeah, Gemini Dawn, she got caught by the police because she was stealing, I think.
Huh?
And they caught her with 3 IDs.
What they call stealing that? With 3 IDs?
That's why I didn't understand. Like, they should have threw that out.
Boy, if you don't shut the
Well, hold on. Because I want to talk about something real quick. Real quick. TMZ. They are awfully quick to throw Robert under the bus, right? Some people might have caught it. But this right here pissed me off. Listen to this.
He could be eating dinner at his home tonight, a free man. And that's because an appeals court is now hearing the review of the trial in which Diddy was convicted of violating the Mann Act. And his defense lawyers are making two arguments that could sway these judges and make them overturn the conviction. Let me explain both. So the first is that the defense says that the violation of the Mann Act is to prohibit the transportation of prostitutes across state lines, and it's typically for commercial purposes. That's where they've used it before. In this case, the defense is saying this is nothing more than kinky porn, and kinky porn is protected by the First Amendment. Now, that may sound crazy, but I'm going to read you something from their brief. Listen to this. They say, freak-offs and hotel nights were highly choreographed sexual performances involving the use of costumes, role play, and staged lighting, which were filmed so Combs and his girlfriends could watch this amateur pornography later. Pornography production and viewing of this sort is protected by the First Amendment and thus cannot constitutionally be prosecuted. So what they're saying is, look, if you want to use the Mann Act to prosecute people who are moving prostitutes across state lines for commercial transactions, which again is what it's usually used for, that's one thing. But here, there's no commercial purpose. Diddy lost money. He ended up paying prostitutes. The films were never distributed to anybody. The defense is saying it was for his pleasure and the pleasure of people who may have been participating. So they're saying, look, this is like any porn. It could be OnlyFans. It could be anything like that. And all of that is constitutionally protected and shouldn't be prosecuted. So that's one argument. And I got to say, it's an interesting argument. The prosecutors are saying it's meritless, but I wouldn't be so quick to judge it that way. So we don't know what the prosecution is going to say beyond that in court. But these judges, as I'm recording right now, the judges are hearing these arguments.
I got a problem with that. I'm going to tell you why I got a problem with that. Because if you want to say that that's covered under the First Amendment, right? Why is R. Kelly in jail for having sex or smex with Faith and all of them other adults? Because you can't prove that nobody was underage. So now, if it's protected under the First Amendment, Rob shouldn't have never got the Mann Act. Because from what I'm hearing, the Mann Act is transporting prostitutes from state to state across state lines, right? So if that's the Mann Act, so Faith can't be a victim and a prostitute at the same time.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. I just wish I would be something else. Okay. Remember a long time ago, I told y'all that the First Amendment, it was going to take on a new form. It was going to encompass a lot of things that you'd be like, huh? How does it look on, on the First Amendment, right? Now you see how they are using it, how these defense attorneys are using the First Amendment, and it doesn't help but it helps that it is a constitution. Okay, it's an amendment in the Constitution, right? So, and you know that would pretty much trump a penal code, right? If it got down to that, right? Also, Harvey let him use the word what? Review. Remember, I was trying to tell Levi and them whatever that the case is over, it's being reviewed, right? Now everything after the case, every every file is pretty much going to be a review. We always want to tie it back every time, I get a white lawyer, I get a black lawyer, go to trial attorneys, whatever. And they have said with probably more sophistication than I said, because I'm trying to simplify it. Then I'm trying to make sure that, y'all understand I'm just not putting out my ass, right? But with the Mann Act, and understand this, right? The laws are written broad, okay? Example, we've seen a few motions, a few lawsuits, motions, where the defense attorney tried to make Tasha K an employee of the government or an employee of what have you. Okay. Now, not in the traditional sense of being an employee, but by the work she did or what was her involvement. Okay. Now, the Mann Act says for the transgender prostitution or whatever, right? We think we know that Faith and some other people weren't prostitutes, okay? The people, you understand what I'm saying? But if they went across state line, to receive the benefit for having sex, you could kind of apply the Mann Act to that, right? That's what they're pretty much using the Mann Act for. That with Jeffrey Epstein, just lean on fucking there because of the activity, So they don't even have to be listed as prostitutes because didn't list actual prostitutes. Okay, so just keep in mind that most of these statutory laws are written broad so they can absorb different activities that you would not necessarily think. So now they're doing everything with the First Amendment. It's going correct. I told you. The First Amendment was going to take off. And that's clever as hell how they gonna and so I'm gonna have to think about how they apply that the First Amendment to what he was charged with. Okay, because it could be seen as they're reaching a little bit, but what the prosecutors probably will have to do is come back and say, no, when you look at what he was charged with, those were the specific actions. Okay. And he, committed a crime with those specific actions. Okay. Now, you want to categorize that, if they've saying before they said that Puff and Cassie was in a loving relationship and all of that, right? You try to characterize it as something else, but that was really to create reasonable doubt for the jury. Okay, you're in front of the goddamn 3 judges, right? you are in front of appellate court, right? The appellate court. Now you're gonna have to really apply from dressing up and I know it's like I guess freedom of expression or whatever. That's gonna be interesting. That's an interesting take on it. But I told you, First Amendment was finna blow up. Okay? I really want to.
Can't be a victim and a prostitute at the same time. Uh-oh. 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 So now you're trying to say that Robert girlfriends at the time were prostitutes and victims?
Mm-hmm.
How's that possible? How's that possible?
Because the activity they perform, and because we look at the count, when you need the indictment, they accused him of doing this, this, and this. Those were the elements. Okay, and I understand that some of y'all understand the law and the application of case law, and we went through all of that. We went through all of that, right? But it was one, I shared that on my wall, right, where most people, when they think of a jury trial, they don't think of beyond reasonable doubt, right? Okay. But when it's something dealing maybe with bail or with some, the standard is different, right? The standard could be probable cause, preponderance of evidence in a criminal case. It just depends on what you are arguing. Okay, what you're dealing with bail, that's preponderance of evidence, I believe. Okay.
You can't be both. But for the people who say that Diddy getting out, that's what we gonna do. Because I want y'all to hear the same thing that I heard. If he do, good. But if that's the case, they gotta let Robert out. But I want y'all to hear this. Check this out.
You're saying that those cases implicitly have overruled our circuit's precedents?
No, I'm simply saying that those cases further point in the direction of holding that it would be unconstitutional.
And I guess I understand that, but we typically cannot, as a panel, overrule a prior precedent of this court, full stop, unless there has been an intervening decision of the Supreme Court or of this en banc court categorically doing so. We can't find that our precedents have been undermined by subsequent developments and abandoned. That's why we have the en banc process.
Okay, so right there, they are talking about, this is where you get your common law and your case law, right? So apparently, whatever they're talking about, they interpreted, right? They went away from what was statutorily written and went into their interpretation. And they're saying we can't overrule ourselves or if unless because they set precedents, right? So that means it must be some case law, some common law, either something they had to interpret, right? Get an opinion something they had to interpret. But unless the Supreme Court overruled or changed something or whatever, they can't overrule themselves because they set that precedent. And that precedent is what that circuit and the courts in that circuit is using when they have to decide on certain cases where they have to apply the case law.
I understand, Your Honor, and if this court is not inclined to take up that issue for those reasons.
Well, it's not a question of inclination. I'm asking you why we would not be bound by prior precedent, regardless of the validity of your arguments, which maybe are good ones, to take to an en banc court or to the Supreme Court. I'm just talking about stare decisis here.
Well, I don't think the court has expressly addressed this issue since the guideline amendment. I understand that the guideline amendment is a separate issue, but the reason the commission amended the guideline was in light of these constitutional concerns expressed by, among others, Supreme Court justices. But I also think there's another.
I guess I'm lost there. You're saying that there have been, I mean, if we have a binding decision of the Supreme Court in Watts, we have binding decisions of panels of this court. You're saying that we can look at dissents of the Supreme Court, which are not binding, or we can look at statements concurring or dissenting in the denial of cert as overruling binding precedent? You're not suggesting that, right?
Again,
Okay. So that was a whole mouthful. Okay. So when he said stare decisis, okay, that was what I was talking about. Okay, when I was talking about the common law, the case law, precedent. Okay, I say stare decisis, then you talk about the precedents. Okay, and which is what courts are supposed to use. When making a decision. Okay, that the law as it's written statutorily may need some, interpretation. It might not be clear, okay, of what the founder of that particular law meant, right? So,
No, I just wanted, are you suggesting that?
we're preserving the argument.
That I get.
Okay. I really don't want to spend a lot of time on that.
Preserving an argument, what she means is that they should raise it as an objection. It's on the record. So if it keeps whatever court that they go in, it's already on the record, and she can bring that matter up again in front of another court.
If I may.
Well, we're going to be here for a while, so don't worry about that.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So there is a second piece of it, though, that is relevant to that question, which is that I believe that precedents of this court in the 3553 analysis, including Vaughn and Johnson, have held that, notwithstanding the rule that Your Honor referred to, that district courts must specifically explain in their arriving at their sentence, they must specifically consider the acquitted conduct and, the jury's acquittal when assessing the weight and quality of the evidence that the district court is relying on. And that did not happen here. So I think that's important too. Now, if I may, I'd like to.
That line of argument I'm familiar with. And I'm going to apologize. I'm not familiar. Where did you raise that issue with the district court below, that even if it is constitutional to consider acquitted conduct, he should consider the weight and quality of the evidence below?
Oh,
Okay. what he mean by saying all of that is that, okay. So he's saying, it seems like he's saying that she didn't preserve it on the record, meaning you ain't bring it up as an objection before, we can't hear. Now, if it's something that is in the Constitution, that makes it's something different, okay? They need to pay attention. They can go, they can go back and look at that if it's a constitutional violation, right? Regardless if it was brought up or not. That's all that meant. Oh, this was pretty good. I didn't hear this.
Well, first of all,
that's the Cordoba Gigante line.
First of all, what cases are they talking about? I don't think he started from the beginning or whatever, because I didn't hear, like, who they talking about?
Of cases.
It's we cited the Vaughn case in our papers. And
before the district court.
For the district court, and I believe it was in our reply brief. But I would also just point out that throughout our papers below, we made abundantly clear in over 100 pages of briefing that for multiple reasons, the district court shouldn't consider acquitted conduct.
No, that's a thing. There are various arguments one can make against acquitted conduct. One could make a Sixth Amendment argument. One could make a guidelines argument. One could also make the Gigante line of argument saying it is permissible, and yet you are not, as a district judge, compelled to take into account acquitted conduct because you must also consider the nature and quality. And arguably, I suppose, under some lines of cases, one would ask the district court to adopt a higher standard of proof when
That's
doing
not
so.
what I'm really saying. When I'm talking about what Vaughn says about what Vaughn says specifically. I'm not suggesting that.
Vaughn just says that the court should consider the acquittal when assessing the weight and quality of the evidence.
Correct.
That's it. It's one sentence in Vaughn. And then it goes, as Judge Nardini referred to, into citing Cordoba and Gigante. But how did Judge Subramanian not do that here?
I didn't do it at all. If you read his statement of reasons, he simply says, I'm only sentencing you for the conduct you were convicted of, and then he goes on to discuss all of the acquitted conduct.
But at the sentencing hearing, he acknowledges that of the acquittals, and he says, he acknowledges you were acquitted of these charges. Are you arguing that under Vaughn there needs to be a detailed explication as to each fact, how the acquittal on the other charges goes to the quote weight and quality of that evidence as to each piece of conduct considered? Or is it enough for the district judge to acknowledge, I get it, you were acquitted on these charges?
No, it's not enough. Obviously the judge acknowledged that he had been acquitted, but that's not enough. That's just make weight. And I think in both Vaughn and in Johnson.
Make weight?
In other words, he said, yeah, there was an acquittal, but he didn't explain.
He didn't mean it, or he wasn't thinking it? What does make weight mean? It's a rather disparaging characterization.
Oh.
And I want to understand what you mean by it.
Well, what I mean, that's not what I mean. Just to be clear, my point is simply that what Vaughn requires and Johnson requires is not just an acknowledgement that there has been acquittal, but some sort of discussion of why the judge, notwithstanding the acquittal, finds that the weight and quality of the evidence supports enhancing the sentence. If I may, I'd like to go on. McClinton made clear the Supreme Court would take up the issue of the constitutionality of acquitted conduct sentencing if the commission didn't act, and the commission did act and amended the guideline to ensure that not guilty really means not guilty. This case is exactly what the guideline was written to address. Mr. Combs was acquitted on sex trafficking and conspiracy, but convicted on prostitution charges that didn't require proof of coercion or conspirators.
Well, we're going to get to coercion and all that, but let me pause on a couple of these guideline questions and ask you why we would even need at least some of them to get into this debate about the scope of acquitted conduct. Let's start with the leadership enhancement. My understanding is that under the leadership enhancement, as the guidelines provide, it can be imposed if there are at least 5 criminally responsible participants.
Okay, so y'all know what the enhancements are, right? So when they go to, you know, turn in their submissions, right? You know, when the prosecutor wants a particular charge enhanced because of, you know, like leadership or authoritarian type position or whatever it is. That's enhanced meaning whatever, you know, now the, I'm so stupid with that. Now the sentencing guideline is an advisory. It's an advisory. I'm mentioning it's an advisory, right? So they're saying that okay, under whatever it's worth so many points, but we want that enhanced because he was in a position of a leader, authoritarian. That okay. So by him being in that position, whatever, they're saying that the enhancement should apply, meaning that you know, he should have got and he could, you know, the judge can use that when sentencing him, right? He could give him more time based on that enhancement. They're probably going to say, well, you know, that shouldn't have been used or whatever. Let's see.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So you have Mr. Combs who was convicted, correct?
Correct.
So he's one. You have the two escorts who traveled across state lines. I understand that you are trying to challenge the convictions on the theory that they were not actually planning to engage in this specified forbidden activity, but assume that they were, and that we were to uphold those convictions. Those two would be criminally responsible participants, correct?
Well, the district judge relied on Christina Coram and Mr. Combs's employees and certain employees.
Yeah, but if there were five, we have enough. Didn't he also rely on the two escorts?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Here's my question. Would the two escorts be criminally responsible participants if they traveled across state lines with intention to engage in the forbidden activity?
Yeah.
Well, this court has to review the findings below.
All right, just let's stick with my question. You can go back to it. Would the two escorts be criminally responsible participants under the guidelines if they cross interstate lines with intent to commit the specified activity? That's what is forbidden by the Mann Act.
Don't think that's clear at all under the Supreme Court precedents about the Mann Act. The people transported are often not viewed as co-conspirators. There's an old case, I'm forgetting the name.
No, the question isn't co-conspirators, whether they're criminally responsible.
Well, it's this, I mean,
Not the same.
The Supreme Court cases, and I apologize that I can't remember the name of it, would only consider someone to be criminally responsible if they were involved in arranging the transport or something like that, but not necessarily the person.
Right, I've heard all those cases.
So
Okay, so that would be your argument as to why the two escorts are out, or an argument why the two escorts are out. And what about the two named victims in this case, who pretty sure the district court cited evidence that they had participated in the arrangement of transportation.
The government never took the position that they were co-conspirators.
I'm not talking about co-conspirators. I'm talking about whether they're criminally responsible under the guidelines.
Well, it's the same, for all practical purposes, the same thing.
Really?
Yes. Yes, I think it is, clearly.
If I cause someone to commit a crime, the person who commits the crime is guilty as a principal, and the person who caused the person to commit the crime is guilty as a principal. But that is a conceptually different concept from conspiracy, correct?
Yes.
Section 2 conspiracy, Section 2, 18 U.S.C. Section 2 is not the same as Section 371.
Right. Okay. If I may, Your Honor, the district court didn't rely on those others. This court has to review the district court's specific findings. The conspiracy that Mr. Combs was acquitted of clearly required the jury to find it that he acted with other people. The government argued that he led the conspiracy to the jury, and the jury was also told that if they found any two racketeering acts, even of the same type, and that he participated with someone else, that was sufficient, and yet the jury acquitted. So,
but that would be sufficient to find RICO? If you find that two people agree,
it wasn't a RICO charge, it was a RICO conspiracy charge.
But it's not, you're not guilty of RICO conspiracy if two people agree to commit a predicate.
That's not what I said.
Right. And that's not what the district court instructed the jury, right?
The instructions, the only disputed elements were whether there was an agreement with at least one other co-conspirator, whether Mr. Combs knowingly joined the agreement.
Agreement to blank. Agreement to what?
Agreement to participate in the conduct of a racketeering enterprise.
Right. So one could agree to participate in a predicate act without agreeing to participate in the affairs of a racketeering enterprise, right?
The jury also necessarily, on the facts of this case and the way it was argued to the jury, there's no way that the jury wouldn't have concluded that there was a racketeering enterprise if they concluded that Mr. Combs committed.
Now you seem to be going into Sixth Amendment collateral estoppel areas, though, right?
No, I think what the court has to look at is what the jury necessarily determined in determining what the
that's a collateral estoppel argument on Cole. I mean, there is this thing that we say acquittals don't constitute factual findings of anything, right? They are determinations that somewhere within the elements of an offense, the jury found something not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but they didn't make an affirmative finding that anything else.
No.
Now, we do find sometimes in Cole, for example, that for collateral estoppel purposes under double jeopardy, the jury must have concluded something or another. And that seems like where you're going here.
Well, Your Honor, the commission wrote this guideline for a reason, right? And it requires courts to figure out what the acquitted conduct is. And the simplest and clearest way to do that is to look at what elements the government was required to prove for the counts of acquittal and the counts of conviction. And so if the jury, in this case, what we have, let's take the sex trafficking counts. The only disputed issue was whether there was coercion or threats or fraud. And that was one element. The government's case focused on that issue. Its arguments focused on that issue. Its evidence focused on that issue. And the jury clearly rejected that argument. So we know.
So doesn't the coercion as to the two pieces of evidence that the government relied upon for at sentencing, right, which is the threat to one threat to Ventura, one threat to Jane. I think one was to release the tape. The other was we're going to not going to pay your rent. Doesn't that establish the intent of the Mann Act? That is the intent to violate the Mann Act. That's what the district judge used this evidence for. He says that it overlaps to this extent. That is, the RICO conspiracy overlaps with the Mann Act, and insofar as we're talking about intent here. And why don't those two pieces of evidence support his factual finding and that there's intent for purposes of the Mann Act?
No, Your Honor, for two reasons. First of all, the intent element and the coercion elements are, as the government said, totally separate. And under our view of the acquitted conduct guideline, you have to look at it by element. And this type of analysis it shows why the relevance test is problematic. But I want to also...
I understand your point about the relevancy test, but isn't that just nomenclature? Right? We look at substance, not at labels.
I don't think it's nomenclature because this is a relevant conduct guideline. The whole point of the guideline is to take acquitted conduct out of relevant conduct. And a relevance test really is another way of saying, well, acquitted conduct is not relevant unless it's relevant, which makes no sense. But I do want to talk about the specific incidents and why that's not correct. So first of all, with respect to the Cannes incident, there's actually no evidence that there even was a Mann Act offense in connection with the Cannes trip. So the government's argument is that threats were supposedly made on an airplane flight returning from Cannes to New York. Under Broxmire, United States against Broxmire, 616 F3rd 120 at 127, a 2010 case from this court. The court held that for purposes of the Mann Act, the intent to engage in prostitution, which has to be a dominant purpose of the travel, has to coincide in time. And there's no evidence that even on the airplane, they were planning a so-called freak-off. And moreover, there was no evidence in the record that there was a freak-off other than Ms. Ventura's testimony.
Pause. You just said there was no evidence other than a witness's testimony, which is another way of saying there was trial evidence.
Right.
The jury is the finder of facts.
Clearly,
Oh, y'all heard that? What I've been telling y'all forever. I've been saying that there was no evidence, no evidence. What did he just say? When I simplify for you, testimony is what? Evidence. Category of evidence.
So this, not only was this argued to the jury in the summation, but the jury sent back a note asking for, quote, Cassandra Ventura testimony regarding Ken and the events immediately following. That's a trial transcript, page 8085, which is at docket 632 in the district court. And we know that the jury rejected the notion that that there was coercion in connection with that incident. With respect to the Mann Act,
I'm mixing two things. Let's grant you the notion that they decided coercion had not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But I thought you were just arguing a different thing, that the defendant did not have an intent for purposes of the Mann Act transportation, during the conflict? Because then you were saying there was no evidence that a freak-off even happened. Now, we're sort of venturing down beyond whether the jury found coercion to now say, yes, because you could say the jury found, yes, these events happened, but they weren't coerced. That's fine. But now you're saying they also found that none of this even happened. And I don't see how that follows.
That's not what I said.
Well, you said there was no evidence that the freak-off happened except for Ventura's testimony. And then you were trying to argue the jury necessarily rejected Ventura's testimony. And I guess you're saying because they rejected the argument of the government that it was her testimony showed there was coercion, they must have rejected every single thing that Ventura said.
That's not what I said.
Well, that was the implication. So let's back up.
That's not what I meant to imply. The point is that the government relied for its the Mann Act. The whole Mann Act charges were basically an afterthought at this trial. They took up almost no time. The government relied principally on these two charts. And if you look at Government Exhibit 1402...
I understand that, and you made that point very well in your brief. So isn't your argument really that what the government is doing here is mixing and matching? You're taking evidence from the claims that were acquitted to try to support the Mann Act claim, sentencing for purposes of the Mann Act, but none of that jury was presented to the jury for purposes of the Mann Act.
Yes,
is that a summation of what we're...
That's fair. And I think our view of the sentencing guideline as we briefed is that the way it should be interpreted, and I think this is very simple and straightforward, is that acquitted conduct can only be used when it is also convicted conduct. And if I may, I can point to some hypothetical examples.
Before we do that, let me just focus on the Mann Act for 1 second, and I hope it will inform this discussion. So the Mann Act is indicted to say that the transport was of either, as to count 3, Ventura or the escorts, and as to count 5, Jane Doe or the escorts. But at trial, the government's theory was that count 3 is violated and count 5 is violated by transportation of escorts to engage with Ventura and Doe, right? So it's not Ventura and Doe that are transported for those convictions, isn't that right? Or because that's what the government's closing argument is talking about, transporting the escorts.
Yeah,
mostly. So is it do you believe that either the transportation of Ventura or Doe or the transport of the escorts could be the basis of the jury's conviction on 3 and 5?
I think it was that if you look at the charts, the focus is on the escorts for sure.
Well, I was looking at the closing arguments.
Yeah,
the government's closing argument.
That's right.
So if the theory advanced at trial is that the escorts are the ones being transported, but we're referring to count 3 as the Ventura count and count 5 as the Jane Doe count because that's the person who was involved when the escort arrived, then how do we now, in light of that, how would we consider things like the con trip?
Well, then I would say then it doesn't count. But I think what I was getting at, and I don't think I was very clear, so if I may, I'd like to explain it a little better. The con trip, they were in con and then they flew back to the United States. They were flying home. So the purpose of the trip, even if a freak off did happen, wasn't to engage in prostitution. It was to come home. And under Miller and Broxmire and the jury instructions in this case, the dominant purpose of the trip has to be to engage in prostitution.
So can I ask you though, I hadn't understood the government's argument to be that the purpose of flying home from con was to engage in the activity. I thought it was the fact that he went, according to the one witness, on the plane, sat next to her, showed her the video, and then immediately turned around and arranged for the escort to travel to the hotel where then the activity happened, was evidence that this is what, that the thing that happened at the hotel is in fact what he intended to happen, as opposed to his argument that, no, I wanted people to travel so that I could have an attractive scene, but if there was actual sexual activity that followed, that was just something that happened. But by showing a video of people engaged in such activity in close proximity to the event that actually transpired with the activity, it showed that his purpose in making this whole arrangement was to have the activity occur, and that manifested his intent.
But that's not sufficient to establish a Mann Act violation. The purpose of the travel
it's not sufficient, but it certainly contributes to it because you have to have intent, right? So I could arrange for the intent of anyone to cross state lines, and then various activities could happen. But it's not a Mann Act violation unless I transport them with the intent that those events transpire, right?
That's my point.
So that's what I'm saying is, why does this not go to prove his intent, which is an element of a Mann Act violation? That the reason he had the escorts travel across state lines was so the activity.
I think that gets back to the point I was making earlier, that under our view of the acquitted conduct guideline, that is just too far afield, and it's basically like a relevance test. You're saying
how do you prove his intent then? So what evidence are you saying that some evidence of his intent does count as an offense conduct and some does not?
Well, first of all, if you actually look at her testimony, I don't think she testifies to what Your Honor just articulated. And in fact, the testimony establishes that they got to New York and then they had dinner and then he suggested a freak off after that.
Well, right. This is a question for the jury to infer about whether the temporal proximity between him showing a video to her on the plane and then immediately getting back to New York and suggesting it and having it play out is why he wanted the escort to be traveling.
But there's no basis from which to conclude that the jury even found that this particular incident constituted a Mann Act.
Was this incident cited in connection with the Mann Act charge? Did the government ever point to this and say this is a Mann Act violation?
No. The Mann Act, the government's discussion of the Mann Act in its closing argument was focused on this charge.
So let me, we have to write an opinion here, and let's just step out of the weeds, and we have to enunciate a principle, right? And the guidelines, the discussion of the guidelines talks about line drawing exercises that courts have to engage in to determine where there's overlap, where acquitted and convicted conduct overlap. Can you articulate a principle that for us to apply, if you were writing the opinion, what principle would you enunciate that is, readily administrable by courts engage in this line drawing exercise, can you give me a bright line test of some sort?
Yeah, let me try. If I may, I'll try to illustrate it with some hypotheticals. So I think the test should be, and what the commission intended the test to be, that courts cannot use acquitted conduct for guidelines purposes unless the defendant was also convicted of that conduct. And in order to determine what that means, you would look at whether the same element that has to be proven in connection with acquitted conduct has to be proven in connection with element or elements convicted conduct. So, for example, let's suppose you have a case in which a defendant is charged with drug conspiracy to distribute narcotics, as well as several substantive counts of distribution. And the defendant is convicted of the conspiracy and with respect to the substantive counts is acquitted of some and convicted on others. When determining the drug amount, the court could not count the ones the defendant.
Okay, so when you know, as I always tell you now, a legal word could mean different things, but it's based on how they use it. So when she's talking about substantive right there versus a conspiracy, she's talking about where he had to actually participate. Okay, so that's deeper than the conspiracy. She's saying where he had to participate, and I'm pretty sure that is under his charge. Is a criminal conduct.
And it was the weight from the ones the defendant was acquitted of for the substantive counts, but could count the ones the defendant was convicted of, as well as any other drug deals that were either proven at trial or are proven at sentencing if they're not charged in separate substantive counts. That's one example. Another one would be you could have a fraud case in which the defendant is charged in securities fraud as well as wire fraud. And it's the same exact scheme to defraud, the same false representations in both counts, but the defendant is acquitted of one and convicted on the other. The way to make sense of that is to say it's clear the defendant has been convicted of the scheme to defraud, and so you could count the entire loss amount, even though he was, let's say, acquitted of wire fraud, either because maybe the jury didn't find the wire in furtherance or something like that, but it's clear that they did find the scheme to defraud proven because the same conduct underlies the element in both charges.
To what extent does your theory rely upon the what the government argues in terms of the evidence? In other words, the case that's presented to the jury in terms of the elements. Is that dependent upon that, or does that matter? Is that irrelevant?
I think it depends on the case. I think you have to look at the indictment and what's the charge and what's the government's theory of the case. So
the theory of the case as presented to the jury, right? It's not their theory of the case in the abstract, what may be in the indictment, but it's what is actually. They have a case to prove, right? So wouldn't it be the evidence and the arguments that the government makes to the jury?
It's definitely very important, and I think that's why that's why we think that the test that's used for collateral estoppel is. And so
was any of the evidence and the arguments the government made here in connection with the RICO and sex trafficking offenses, was any of that evidence presented to the jury for purposes of persuading them to convict on the Mann Act?
Yes. I'm sorry. Were you asking just about the RICO or the?
No, both.
Both. Yes.
So to what extent did the government's case at trial on RICO and sex trafficking overlap with the government's evidence and arguments on the Mann Act?
So, as the government said, itself said it was totally separate, but with from the sex trafficking counts, the overlap. Well,
should the district judge hold the government to that for sentencing purposes? I mean, should the district court say, well, you put on all this evidence that the jury rejected, right? And now you want me to look at this evidence to support a conviction under this other, to support a penalty under this other offense. You've been presenting that evidence to the jury.
I think you have to just start with what are the elements that the government had to prove.
Yes.
And so if they didn't have to prove for the Mann Act.
So what did I just tell y'all earlier? Look at the elements in which the government have to prove on, right? Go to the paperwork. And start your argument there. Okay?
If they didn't have to prove coercion, they didn't have to prove a co-conspirator, then we know that there is no convicted conduct that includes coercion or co-conspirators. And that's really the starting point. And I think the evidence and the arguments just reaffirms in this case that that the evidence that the judge was relying on is totally separate and in fact was acquitted conduct because
he's mixing and matching is what he's doing, right? I mean, the district court here reached into the evidence that was used to support the government's RICO and sex trafficking case to for purposes of establishing the penalty under the Mann Act.
Correct, and he found coercion when the jury had not found coercion, including as to those two specific instances, because the government made those arguments and expressly told the jury, which correctly under the jury instructions, that if they found coercion, each of those instances would have been sufficient to convict on the substantive sex trafficking.
Were there limiting instructions given or requested during trial that certain evidence would only be?
Yeah, so what he's asking is, was there limited instructions, right? Meaning, remember with the YSL, remember we went over that a little bit with Kelly, definitely YSL, where the judge instructed the jury that this evidence is only supposed to be applied to this particular account. Okay, so when you heard the judge kept hollering, when they was having issues with whatever, the judge would say, yeah, I'll issue a limited instruction. Limited instruction could be like, just say it was a lot of people indicted for YSL. Judge say, this evidence is only for this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Or if there's an instruction for this particular account, this particular account, this particular account. For me, telling the jury, do not consider this evidence for account this. Only consider the evidence for this. Okay. And that's why the argument sometimes come up to for them to have like different trials, they separate, right? Different trials. Let's say, even though the judge told the jury to only apply the evidence to certain counts or certain defendants or whatever, the jury is still human and they can't unhear what they heard. Okay? Let's do the argument.
Admissible with respect to certain of the charged offenses?
No, and that wouldn't really have worked here because there was a RICO charge, and as I'm sure Your Honor knows, under RICO, basically everything
would have come in as to RICO, but the idea that it's admissible as to RICO, but not admissible, say, as to the Mann Act.
But
So,
that
I
would
guess what I'm
not,
going to
that would
is,
not have been legally permissible in this case because the Mann Act was also predicate acts to the RICO. I mean, that just wouldn't have been a valid instrument.
well, I guess where I'm going with this is, does that mean that all the evidence that was admitted would have been legally admissible to prove any of the particular offenses? So, going towards Judge Baker's hypothetical, is there a scenario here where the judge was pulling evidence that was not, I don't know what you would say, admitted for purposes of proving the Mann Act, and then it's impermissible, say, for the judge to look at it with respect to the Mann Act when he's in the sentencing period? And I guess what I'm asking is that in fact the case here, or was all of the evidence admitted for unlimited purposes such that there is no, as long as it would be relevant and probative to prove up another count, then it would have been permissible for the judge to consider it with respect to that count?
Well, I think the reason it's not permissible for him to consider it is because it's acquitted conduct. And the judge...
Well, right, but I guess let's give you that. Let's accept it. Let's accept that premise for the purposes of my question, that yes, it would underlie some of the acquitted counts. I think then the question becomes, is it overlapping, right? So permissible nonetheless to consider it with respect to the convicted counts?
No.
And right, and I understand your answer is no, and I'm trying to get at why. So is it because it wouldn't have been admissible to prove the Mann Act count? In other words, does your argument depend on that at all? Or I think what I hear you arguing is if there is an element of the acquitted charges that does not match an element of the convicted charges, what is embodied in the element of the acquitted conduct, which is coercion, fraud, is now completely off the table for sentencing. Is that your argument?
So that is our principal argument.
Okay.
There's a secondary argument, and I hesitate to even raise it, but it's, we've made it, that even if you actually adopt the relevance test that the district court imposed, that these things wouldn't have been relevant. But I don't think the court should.
The relevancy test, I find your argument confusing on that because I think
it's
the
not
district
a real
court
argument.
made, I think
That's just a
frankly, I think
fallback.
your brief mischaracterizes or caricatures the district court's use of the word relevancy. I don't think he's saying relevant in the sense of relevant conduct under the guidelines. I think he's taking relate to in context of having probative value with respect to one of the elements of the convicted offense, which is another way of saying it would have been admissible evidence to prove an element of the charged offense.
I think that's right. And our point in the briefing below on that, especially, and I think we make this point in the opening brief as well, is that test is far too broad.
But it's not coextensive with relevant conduct. Because I think in your brief, you say that blows up the acquitted guideline because it would basically, it's just a circular definition with relevant conduct. And I think that's not what the judge was saying. It would be a smaller subsection of things, much smaller subsection of things than anything involving relevant conduct.
I don't agree, Your Honor. And I think that it's a distinction without a difference because the concept of relevance, as the district court was using it, as Your Honor seems to be using it, is the same as Rule 401, which is incredibly broad. And as this court has, repeatedly held, it's a very low bar. And it basically includes speech and, many things. And
well, no, take this. Defendant is convicted of one bank robbery. At sentencing, the judge considers 10 other bank robberies that were committed on completely different days using, and let's posit, completely different modus operandi. But it's relevant conduct. And so the judge considers all 11 bank robberies when calculating the guidelines. I don't think that one would then say that had there been a trial on bank robbery 1, all of the other 10 bank robberies would have come in as relevant evidence because under my hypothetical, where there was no common MO, they would not be admissible under 404B. So I don't think if you draw a Venn diagram, you're going to find perfectly coinciding circles for relevant conduct under 1B1.3 and relevance under the rules of evidence to prove up an offense.
Well, even if that's the case, what we're dealing with here, this evidence of coercion would not have come in to prove the Mann Act. Clearly, it would have violated 404, 403. There are numerous reasons that I think it's pretty indisputable that if all Mr. Combs had been charged on and all he'd been tried on was Mann Act, that we wouldn't have,
But what about the idea that if he had, let's say he was only charged with the Mann Act and his defense was along the lines of one of the things the defense raised at trial, which is he never intended for the specified activity to happen after these folks crossed state lines, that it just, it just kind of happened. And one of the ways the government tried to disprove that or tried to prove his intent was saying, no, he used to talk about this all the time, what he wanted to happen. In fact, there was one time on a plane that within 24 hours before the event happened, he actually showed a woman videos of prior episodes where the activity had happened. And sure enough, within 24 hours, that's what he arranges to happen. Again, that's proof that this is exactly what he intended to happen. It is not mere coincidence. Why would that not be admissible?
That's not what the defense to the Mann Act was. Most of the case was focused on the coercion in the RICO, and to the extent...
I thought that was part of the defense, no?
No, it wasn't, Your Honor. The only arguments that were made specifically about the Mann Act by the defense was the argument that, based on the testimony of the and the evidence in the case, was that the escorts were paid for their time.
Well, right. That's the same argument. They were paid for their time, and everything that happened afterwards was just not something that he was arranging. He was not transporting them for the purpose of what happened afterwards. It was just their time.
I guess I'm getting a little lost. I apologize. But I think the point here is that the principal point here is getting back to Your Honor's earlier questions and my dialogue with Judge Baker, is that you have to look at the elements. That's our position. You have to look at the elements. This idea that you have a relevance test is not.
But your argument,
I just want to highlight. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Question.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, finish your point, and then I have a question.
I just wanted to highlight, and we've mentioned this in the briefs, but if you look at the history of the guideline, the Department of Justice wanted the commission to use the phrase relates to in the guideline, and the commission rejected that because they thought that was far too broad, and they went instead with the language that's in the guideline.
So the problem I have with your test of an elements test is that sometimes the problem is you have different elements, right, for the RICO, for the sex trafficking versus the Mann Act. But there's evidence, conduct that can underlie the government's case, right, in all these sets of charges. And the mere fact that you're acquitted doesn't, by the very plain terms of the guidelines, right? It doesn't take it off the table insofar as that conduct is also convicted conduct. And so what we're trying to discern here is where's the line, right, for purposes of sentencing. And so you just can't rely upon a test of the out, because it cannot be that just because in all conduct that's underlying the element of acquittal is then taken off the table, right? It can't be by itself.
Well, I don't agree with that, because I think it's going to depend on the case, right? And there are going to be cases that are maybe closer than this one. So you're going to have cases, for example, where there are maybe inconsistent verdicts, things like that. That's not the case here. This was very clear. I sat through this trial for 8 weeks. The government's focus from beginning to end was on the sex trafficking and the RICO. The whole where the debate was there coercion or was this sex voluntary? That was the gist.
The Mann Act was an afterthought. It was an afterthought. The Mann Act was just an afterthought in the government's prosecution. I mean, it was there, but it was effectively a sideshow. But that's the.
Wait a minute. So the Mann Act was basically a sideshow? What the heck?
Question, right? Can the government then look to all the...
I mean, he kills me. jumping and acting like he making a point and whatever. But the judge is pretty much saying like the RICO, you know how they had those different counts and but maybe it's like count one and there maybe was a act or two and I forgot. And then the government came out charged like with the same behavior under separately on a separate count as the Mann Act, right? Just like they did for R. Kelly. And the purpose of that, right, is if they don't understand RICO and the predicate acts and the activity, whatever, well, maybe if we break it out and just have a single count of Mann Act talking about the same activity, maybe they'll understand that, right? So that's what he means by it's a side show. We pretty much know why every side do what they do, right? Like when you go back to YSL, right? What they do? They put everything under the sun, the moon, and the stars in that indictment, forgetting that they got to prove on everything in that indictment. Okay. And after I had said it, and I saw other attorneys saying it, like even the judge, like, what? I mean, like, like how many counts? Like, shit. I need all of that.
This effort in the district court look to evidence presumably rejected by the jury and acquitting on these other things for purposes of finding the penalty in the sideshow. And why shouldn't we just hold the government to what it argued?
We should, absolutely. And I think the whole point of this guideline was to deal with the fact that many people in America, not just Supreme Court justices, not just other judges, but, I really question whether it is both constitutional and right and consistent with respecting jury verdicts to allow acquitted conduct to be used to drive a sentence in this way. And I want to highlight that, and we mentioned this in our brief, but I'm not sure we gave it the prominence it should. This sentence was the highest sentence ever imposed for a Mann Act defendant sentenced under the same base offense level and criminal history category.
Well, let me ask you about that. So would this offense be let's take the violence off the table, right? The allegations of violence that the jury rejected in the acquitted counts. What about would this verdict, would this sentence be substantively reasonable in your view, given that we also have factual findings of psychological abuse, emotional abuse, and applying these two women with drugs? One of them became an opioid addict as a result of it. Would presumably that's still on the table if we take away the violence.
I think that it would be substantively unreasonable under the correctly calculated guideline range because it would be multiples. It would require a variance upward based on the acquitted conduct. And
that's not. But it's the guideline range is just. It's not a per se rule. It's a guideline, and it's a starting point. But then you look at the facts of the case, and we have two statutes that tell us you look at all these factors, and we have one statute that says there's no limitation. And am I correct in understanding that we have this factual finding that we have two women who were plied with drugs to participate in this, and one of them became an opioid addict. And so doesn't that support the reasonableness of this, putting aside the violence?
Well, a couple of points. First of all, you're correct that that's what the district court found. There's the evidence in the trial is much more complicated than that.
But if you don't challenge and appeal those factual findings, you're not challenging those factual findings. You're making legal arguments.
But this court has to review the sentence based on the guidelines calculation taken as a starting point, and this is actually where I was going. I don't even think I got to this. The Supreme Court in Martinez-Molina and this court in Seabrook and many other cases have held that a guidelines miscalculation is a significant procedural error that requires a remand and resentencing in most cases, even under plain error review. And so, for instance, this court has held that if you accept the guidelines argument, even in part, a significant upward variance would have been required, and a remand is required because the judge would have had to explain that variance. And indeed, this court has held that even where the sentence is within the range of the correct guideline range, a remand is necessary.
But sometimes,
Sorry, what do we do with the fact that,
Meaning that they have to send it back to the lower court for them to be sentenced to.
the district judge here, after each guidelines finding, made the statement that he would have imposed the same sentence with or without this increase. It seems to me that if we accept the judge's representation that that guidelines decision, it was not what drove his ultimate sentence, that then moves us into the question of whether he could have used the acquitted conduct for the 3553A calculation. But how do we get over that sort of potential harmless error hump that he did make that statement after each increase was imposed?
So this court has repeatedly held that a major variance,
if it's found to be a harmless error, they don't really have to make any changes to his sentence.
that the district court cannot insulate itself from appellate review by saying that he would give the same sentence. The Seabrook is one example. We've cited others in our brief, and the Supreme Court in the Molina Martinez case, and this court in other cases have pointed out, for example, that this isn't like a new trial and a resentencing.
Yeah, but sometimes we have affirmed. I mean, I understand you can point to some cases where we say, you know what, we're not sure the guideline error really was harmless. We don't know. The judge said it wasn't, but we don't have a high level of confidence. The judge was very emphatic here,
Well,
and careful. So it doesn't sound very boilerplate. It doesn't sound like anything the district judge did here was
it's also
boilerplate.
clear that the acquitted conduct drove the sentencing.
And then we would get into the Sixth Amendment issue, right?
No. I'm talking about the guidelines calculation as the starting point. And the other thing that is really important here is that the district court's guidelines calculation exactly mirrored the PSR, and it seemed clear that the district court was really planning to follow the PSR.
Yeah, PSR is pre-sentencing report, or PSI, right?
And indeed, when he imposed the sentence, he initially said he was following the recommendation.
Wait. Are you implying that the district court wasn't thinking for himself, and that he was?
No, not at all.
What does this argument about tracking the PSR have to do with anything?
It has to do with the fact that the guidelines range was very important in the ultimate sentence.
And you're saying that the district court must have placed the same weight on the guidelines that the PSR did?
No, that's not.
Then what is the implication? I'm trying to understand what your implication is. Because it sounds like you're going to a place where the district court was not thinking for itself, or was somehow implicitly adopting parts of the PSR that it didn't, or something.
No, Your Honor, that's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying?
My point is simply that this court has repeatedly held that significant procedural errors require remand. I mean, two of the cases.
That I understand, but no, I want to go back. What were you talking about with the PSR? Because I don't understand that point.
Okay, what I'm saying is that you don't know what the district judge would have done if he had understood the guideline range to be either 21 to 27, which it would be if you accept all of our guidelines argument, or 30 to 37 if you get rid of the grouping, just for example.
Even though he told us what he would do. I understand the argument. I would understand. I don't think you made it quite this way, but maybe this is what you meant to say, that if we agree with you that all of his guideline enhancements were wrong, he never said, and even if all of my guideline calculations are wrong, I would do the same thing, as opposed to any individual thing. So if we found one guideline error, though, he said to us, he would have done the same thing. And you're saying that we don't take that at face value?
That's correct, Your Honor, under the precedents. And
well, some of them we do. I mean, there are some cases where we have reversed and remanded, and there are others where we said, well, the judge told us he would do the same.
But
it's
we
harmless.
don't have a case where there would be a significant upward variance like this. We don't have another case the government could possibly cite where the sentence was the highest sentence for any person in this criminal history category and base offense level, even including others who had a coercion enhancement. There's no case remotely like that that the government could point to. And indeed, some of these cases involve things like in the Bennett case, let
me say this. So when I'm not gonna say the danger in interpreting statutory law to get common law, case law precedent, what have you, right? But here's the thing, right? When a judge kind of puts you in, it kind of boxed him in, right? Because he said he would just still do the same thing. Okay. And I told you when there is when they appeal a case, right, based on errors done by the judge, right, the deference that they give the judge is high, meaning they're going to place more weight on what he said based on when they review the errors as de novo, remember? Okay, so, and that means they're just going to look at the case like with fresh eyes all over. Okay, and it gives the judge little to no deference on his decisions. Okay, that means they're going to look at it as if this was the first time it was looked at. So if you keep hearing them repeat, the man referred to what the judge said, the judge said, that's why. Because that particular error is given higher deference. Now, the boxing in, right? Subramanian, whatever, the subway, whatever the goddamn name of the judge, fucked him up because he said he would have done the same thing if whatever issues wasn't apparent, right? He would have ruled the same way. So apparently they're trying to get sentence reduction. They're challenging the enhancement. When a judge sentences you, they can consider acquitted conduct. Okay, like, so it's a slippery slope a little bit, but I think they handle it, both sides handle it pretty well.
the name of the other one. In a couple of the cases, the judge thinks the guideline range is X, which is a little bit above the statutory maximum, and then sentences well below the statutory maximum. And this court says it has to go back because the judge thought the guideline range was higher than the maximum. So, in that case, clearly there's been a significant departure from what it could have been, and the judge gives reasons, but the court sends it back, and that's what the court should do here. That's what's required by those cases.
Okay,
I understand your argument. I mean, I fully understand your arguments about the acquitted conduct for purpose of the coercion and leadership enhancements. Right, those were four points apiece. But when it comes to the victim, the characterization by the district court of Ventura and Jane and the escorts as victims, that's not really, as you framed it, it's not really an acquitted conduct argument. You're just arguing with or disputing the district court's characterization of these people as victims. So that doesn't really fall into the acquitted conduct bucket for purposes of deciding this case.
I mean, I think there's two issues that we're raising there.
I know the law professors agree with us on that because they don't join you on that. The law professors who filed you, by the way, a very helpful brief. I thank them for that. But that very helpful brief did pointedly they stopped when they got past coercion and leadership.
That's fair, Your Honor. I think our principal argument on that, we are arguing that the acquittals show that the jury didn't believe the two women were victims, but our principal argument there is that the term victim should be interpreted according to its plain meaning, which is someone harmed or injured by the offense, and that the application note is inconsistent with that plain meaning. So even under Stinson, the grouping calculation was incorrect, and we're also preserving for further review a challenge to whether Stinson is good law.
Right, but so for acquitted conduct purposes and looking at harmless error and how this might have played out, if there was a mistake under the guidelines, we're only looking at we're talking about
it's almost double.
Right. Well, it takes us from, if we did 8, it would take us from that would go from we went from 50, would take us to 20. It's only we're talking about 8 points, right? We're going from level 14 to
the
20.
range would be 30 to 37 under that scenario, as opposed to 70 to 87, which is the starting point.
Can I ask you about the definition that the commission has given us of acquitted conduct? One of the things you pointed to contest the government's view is that there was a government proposal that acquitted conduct be defined using the word relating to or something like that. Related to. And the government has also pointed to a proposal that was before the Sentencing Commission that would use the word elements. And neither one of those was adopted. And instead they took this other definition that, as far as I can tell, they decided they didn't need to define further, and said something along the lines of, don't worry, it won't come up that often, and it's going to be really easy. District judges are going to be able to figure this out. Why should we worry about line drawing? And as I recall, there was a letter from the Judicial Conference Committee on Criminal Law warning them that this was a very ambiguous guideline and that they very much should provide more clarity. And they didn't. They didn't take an elements test, which I think would have been very clear. And they didn't take the government's relating to. And they gave us one that says, don't worry, district judges are going to figure this out. And I don't know, maybe the district could figure it out. I'm having trouble as an appellate judge figuring it out. What are we to make of it if we decide that it is ambiguous? Does the rule of lenity kick in to guidelines issues? Are there other interpretive principles?
There are two interpretive principles. So one would be the rule of lenity, and the other would be the related, but maybe more important, constitutional avoidance principle. And even to the extent, I understand the panel's position regarding, or Your Honor's position regarding the binding nature of those precedents we talked about earlier. But putting that aside, I think it's clear that at a minimum, there are serious constitutional concerns with using acquitted conduct. And so I think, if the court finds that the guideline is ambiguous, it should be interpreted, the exception should be interpreted narrowly in favor of the defendant.
And this.
Okay, so that's what I told you in the beginning. This is pretty much all about interpretation of the law. Moving away from the statutory written law that we have and coming to what? Common law, which gives us the what? Case law precedents. Okay. What is I going to tell you? What else going to tell you? Shit, I forgot. But anyway, I mean, they are arguing. This is real good. I'm sorry to put y'all through this, but this is real
Just
good.
for my last question, I don't know about my colleagues. Are you aware of any other appellate courts that either have decided this issue or are facing it right now? Is it bubbling through the circuits in other ways where we are soon perhaps to benefit from the views of our sister circuits?
I am not aware of any other appellate decisions interpreting the guideline. There are some decisions, relating to the Watts issue, but
Sure, but you're not aware of anything currently bubbling.
my colleague advises me that there's a case pending in the First Circuit. On this.
Okay.
Do you have it? Well, that's fine. Well, if it comes out, that's fine. If it comes out, we'll find it, but that's helpful.
Okay.
Unless there are any further questions, we have kept you up considerably past the 10 minutes. So, but don't go away because we're going to see you again in a bottle. So
Sure, I'll have more to say.
I hope you have a bottle of water there. We will now hear from the government.
Well, look, I ain't gonna keep y'all up all night tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, cause I'm traveling tomorrow. So listen, if I don't go live tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna go live when I touch down to where I'm going.
Yeah.
All right, y'all be blessed. Thank y'all for joining me. Oh, we pass out time. Y'all know what time it is. We pass out time. Pass out time. So
what in the world just happened? Moments ago, Melania Trump just held.
And the world was lied to. Listen, if I don't go live tomorrow, I'm definitely gonna go live when I touch down to where I'm going. All right, y'all be blessed. Thank y'all for joining me. Oh, we pass out time. Y'all know what time it is. We pass out time. Pass out time. So y'all be blessed.
Wind it back.
And guess what? Keep Kale in your prayers. We're gonna continue doing that, John. Don't forget that James J. season. Check it out.
Testimony establishes that
Oh,
Tanya Craft was one of
let's see. I want to hear the government, baby. United States. Hold on. Find it. Yeah, man. Remember, you got to deal with both sides. You don't want to, but you got both sides in the courtroom. Don't listen to Nisa Mo, she's stupid. I told y'all, she called anybody else saying what not to say and what not to do by no article case. Please. Please click on the line immediately. I'm gonna read her ass, baby. When I tell you. I'm gonna get back and government says. Yeah, y'all. Damn. You gonna breathe. I need to hear the break. The brief is great. Great. But That's it. Sure. Oh, here it is.
Hey guys, to 37 if you get rid of
The jury, and you said this man did all these terrible things.
is interpreting the guideline. There are some decisions, relating to the Watts issue, but
Sure, but you're not aware of anything.
my colleague advises me that there's a case pending in the First Circuit on this.
Do you have it? That's fine. Well, if it comes out, that's fine. If it comes out, we'll find it, but that's helpful.
Okay.
Unless there are any further questions, we have kept you up considerably past the 10 minutes, so, but don't go away, because we're going to see you again in a rebuttal.
So I'll have more to say.
I hope you have a bottle of water there. We will now hear from the government.
Good morning. Might be afternoon at this point, but may it please the court. My name is Christy Slavic, and I represent the United States on this appeal, as I did in the district court proceedings below. Judge Subramanian correctly applied the new acquitted conduct guidelines in this case, and moreover, in determining the appropriate sentence under Section 3553A, Judge Subramanian properly considered the aggravated manner in which the defendant carried out his Mann Act offenses, which is, of course,
Consistently aggravated manner. Let's talk about that. Why shouldn't we hold you to the way you prosecuted the case? You went to the jury and you said this man did all these things for purposes of the RICO conspiracy, for purposes of sex trafficking, and they acquitted him. And then on the Mann Act, it was just a sideshow, and you put him. I don't think there was any evidence or any live witness testimony. Just look at this. You said, look at these charts, and now you want us to rely on all this acquitted conduct that was presented in the jury that was presumably rejected for purposes of or to allow a district court for purposes of the guidelines calculation. So why should we hold you to what you argued to the jury?
Your Honor, I have several responses, but
Please.
First is that much of the conduct that the district court focused on in imposing the sentence was not acquitted conduct at all. In fact, it was admitted conduct. The extreme physical violence that took place in the context of these freak-offs.
That's not, I get all that. I understand that. That's not my question to you. My question to you is, why shouldn't we hold you? It's not what the government's with the district court relied. I'm asking why we shouldn't hold you in terms require a district court to hold the government to what it presented to the jury for purposes of for deciding the scope of acquitted conduct, to look at what you actually presented to the jury for purposes of those charges, and then asking did it overlap with the acquitted charges. And I don't think there's any overlap here.
Sure. So just backing up a moment to talk about how the case was presented. Counts 2 and 4 were the sex trafficking counts, and those, of course, were acquitted counts. Counts 3 and 5 were the Mann Act counts. All counts were charged as courses of conduct as opposed to specific instances. And for counts 2 and 4 that related to Cassie, that course of conduct related to the freak-offs that took place between 2009 and 2018, I believe. With respect to counts 4 and 5 that related to the hotel nights with Jane, that course of conduct was from 2021 through 2024. So the evidence of the hotel nights and the freak-offs related both to the sex trafficking and to the Mann Act charges. And that's how it was presented to the jury. It was never presented as this evidence relates to sex trafficking and this evidence relates to the Mann Act. There was never a dividing line.
But when you get to summation, there is, right? So you say, let's start with count 3. The defendant is charged in count 3 with interstate transportation for the purpose of prostitution related to freak-offs involving Cassie. That's how you describe count 3. I think that's right. And then you go on to talk about all of the evidence about escorts traveling. And it doesn't talk in your discussion of count 3. And similarly, it's a very, very mirrored for count 5 when you talk about Jane Doe. It doesn't talk about Ms. Ventura or Ms. Doe being coerced or Ms. Ventura or Ms. Doe being transported. It says count 3 is about escorts traveling for the purposes of contact with Cassie. And count 5 is about escorts traveling for the purpose of contact with Jane. As Judge Baker is saying, where else can we divine the government's theory of those 2 counts other than summation, and why shouldn't we hold you to it?
So just to be clear, the government's theory was that the travel involved both Kathy and Jane and escorts.
So that's not what you said in your closing.
I don't have the exact words of the closing, but that was. I think that your other question is, why shouldn't the government be held to what it argued?
Let me just stop you for a second, because the last thing you say on count 3 is, quote, all of the examples that I just went over showed the defendant caused commercial sex workers to travel across state lines for freak-offs. The defendant is guilty of count 3 based on any single one of these instances. Then you say, let's move to count 5. So that's how you started and ended count 3.
So the point was, the government in closing went over several examples. It was not a comprehensive list of all the instances of travel because
no, but the theory was that he caused commercial sex workers to travel. That was the theory on which you asked the jury to convict Mr. Combs on count 3.
Sure.
Not that he caused Ms. Ventura to travel or that he coerced Ms. Ventura into something. The theory was he caused commercial sex workers to travel. Other than the constitutional challenges, there's no sufficiency of the evidence challenge to that for good reason. It looks pretty much like he did. But that's the government's theory, right?
That was the government's argument at closing. I think kind of backing up the import of this line of questioning is, shouldn't we hold the government to what it argued in closing? And I don't think that that's right. I think the theory is, if the government made this argument, doesn't that mean that the jury accepted that argument and didn't consider any other possibilities? And I don't think that that's a fair inference.
What we're trying to do here is to figure out where to draw this line. So the jury acquitted on certain things and then convicted on other things. So what does the jury have to rely upon? Don't you think they're listening very intently to the closing argument? Isn't that going to be very, very important in their consideration?
Of course, Your Honor, of course. But the jury is, in this case, was properly instructed on each element of the Mann Act and had to find each element of the Mann Act met beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think it's, as a logical matter, I think it's an impossible task to discern the minimum quantum of evidence that would be sufficient to sustain the government's burden. And I think that sort of inquiry also goes against this court's precedent, specifically the Martinez case that says a court only knows what the jury's verdicts were, not what the jury found.
Well, right. No, and that, I don't think anybody's questioning that. But the problem for the government is that there's a new guideline that says, figure it out, that basically says there is such a thing as acquitted conduct. And as Judge Subramanian pointed out, I think quite accurately in speaking with the greatest amount of precision possible, there is no such thing as acquitted conduct. Juries don't acquit people of conduct, they acquit them of charges. They find that certain elements were not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't find that someone's innocent. But now the guidelines have been amended, so there is a thing called acquitted conduct. We've got to figure it out. So the question is, how do we measure that? So we're not looking at general principles like Martinez saying, did the jury find something? The only place that you're going to find, I think, in our case law where we say an acquittal necessarily implies something is in our collateral estoppel branch of double jeopardy jurisprudence. And I think, I guess one question I would have for you is why would that not defeat the government's argument, at least with respect to coercion in this case, if, for example, the jury had hung on the sex trafficking count, right? If the jury had hung on, no, my hypothetical is spinning out of control. I guess what I'm wondering is if there were some hypothetical additional count that the jury had hung on here that required a finding of coercion with respect to one of the two victims, why you would not be collaterally estopped under the double jeopardy clause from retrying the defendant on that count. Let's say there was a conspiracy to commit sex trafficking.
Well, let me just.
And in this case, double jeopardy will come in where it's not that he's been charged for this before. It is because it was in the RICO, and then it was as separately as other counts, right? We got 3 counts in total. So they're saying like, and to me, because we've seen this, I mean, New York, did a lot and does it a lot. And there's some other areas. Well, I can get those areas. We'll figure some shit out. But check this out right now. So that to me is a good constitutional question, right? Just because you take the same conduct and put it under a different charge, would that be considered double jeopardy, right? Check this out. It's in the same district, it's actually on the same indictment. Could that be considered double jeopardy? I mean, that's the little game they play, so they make sure to get your ass on something. If you know they don't understand RICO, and see if they understand it when we separate these charges. Damn, they brought up that double jeopardy, honey.
Let me just push back on this hypothetical that a foundational issue that I have is that the defendant was not acquitted of coercion. He was acquitted of sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. The jury was never asked, was there coercion?
Sorry.
Well, under that theory, there is no such thing as acquitted conduct. So you're kind of fighting the very principle of the guideline. You're saying that because there were 3 alternate elements, I think, fraud, force, or coercion, that because there are 3 alternate elements, there is no acquitted conduct, but you have to accept the premise because the guidelines have been amended. There is such a thing as acquitted conduct. So why don't you let me frame it this way. Under your view, with respect to count 2, what is the acquitted conduct?
So the commission thought very long and hard about this issue, clearly, and they declined to set any bright line rules.
Here we are.
Exactly.
So what's the government's view of what the acquitted conduct is underlying count 2?
So I think Judge Subramanian's test, which is
no, that's I think Judge Subramanian's test is what's overlapping conduct.
As a first step to Judge Subramanian's test, he described acquitted conduct as conduct that underlies the.
Yeah. So you tell me what conduct underlies count 2.
What specific conduct? Well, I think a good example of conduct that could be considered acquitted conduct that the judge did not consider in applying the exception was the Intercontinental video. That, of course, was evidence presented at trial that showed the defendant assaulting Cassandra Ventura during the course of.
So that's acquitted conduct in your view.
I think that that's a fair characterization.
So that's a use of force, but the other conduct that illustrates use of coercion is not acquitted conduct.
The reason that that's acquitted conduct, in my view, is because that does not tend to prove the elements of the Mann Act.
Well, second question.
No. There's two things here. You can have acquitted conduct and you can have offense conduct under the guidelines, and they can overlap. And that's why the guidelines say where they overlap, you can consider them. So the government sort of doesn't lose by saying something's acquitted conduct here, because then the district judge, if it's overlapping, can still consider it.
Right.
So let me ask it this way. There is evidence on the flight back from Cannes that Mr. Combs sits next to one of the victims and shows these videos of the events that have happened in the past, and the government's argument to the jury is that's coercive, right? That this was an implicit threat, right? His discussion of releasing these videos was implicitly, if you do not continue to engage in this conduct, I will release this publicly, and that will destroy your reputation, right?
That's right.
So it seems to me that that's clearly acquitted conduct. I thought the government's argument is that it is also offense conduct. And therefore, because it's overlapping, the judge was allowed to consider it. So I want to ask you about just the first part of my question.
Okay.
In your view, did what Mr. Combs did on the plane back from Cannes also constitute acquitted conduct?
So I think the answer is maybe. I think it depends on the definition of acquitted conduct.
Okay, the government's definition is it acquitted conduct?
I think the judge properly.
No, under the government's view. Forget it. Let's pretend it's before sentencing happened. Under the government's view, is that acquitted conduct?
I don't think that because the defendant was not acquitted of coercion, I don't think it's necessarily.
Because unless you're saying he wasn't acquitted of anything. Because if there was fraud, if there was force, there was fraud or coercion, he's guilty, right?
What I'm saying is, no, I don't think that that's right. It's not just if there was force, fraud, or coercion, he's guilty. He had to know or recklessly disregard
multiple elements. But I think what your argument would lead to is that there's no such thing as acquitted conduct, because there's always multiple elements. One can't, from a jury's acquittal, ever know which of the elements they found unsatisfied. Ipso facto, there's never a category, there's never a bucket that's filled with something called acquitted conduct. Tell me why I'm wrong about that. In what world is there a bucket that's full of acquitted conduct in your position?
Your Honor, I think this case is I think presents a lot of gray lines, and I think that the cases that come up in some of the dissents that the panel has already mentioned, related to drug cases, for instance, where there's a conviction on a conspiracy count and an acquittal on a distribution count, or vice versa. And there's a special interrogatory where the jury finds specifically some amount of drugs. Like, I think that is very easily described as acquitted conduct.
Absent a special interrogatory, when does your test yield anything that constitutes acquitted conduct?
Your Honor, I think that in those sort of more straightforward cases where facts were presented directly to the jury and rejected by the jury, I think.
When does that ever happen except with a special interrogatory?
I think that can happen in, for instance, a 2-count drug distribution case. In one count, there's a conviction. In one count, there's an acquittal. I think the acquitted weight of the drugs would be.
Each of those counts, let's assume it's a distribution count. Each of those counts has multiple elements, right? Knowing what the drug was, distributing it purposely, right? I purposely handed it to you. That's I knowingly distributed it. But also knowing that it was heroin, right? Because the defense might have been, I thought it was fake drugs. I thought I was cheating, right? Each of those has multiple elements. So you're always going to be in a position, if you're the government, taking the position I think you're taking of saying, well, I don't know whether the jury found that he didn't know it was heroin, or I didn't know that he thought that he was purposely distributing it, or whatever it might be. So I don't understand your argument.
I think going back to the guideline itself, which does create a thing called acquitted conduct and convicted conduct, the commission deliberately did not define either term, leaving us in this position.
But it clearly must have some content.
Exactly. I think that's right.
What we've always said under the Sixth Amendment is true, that there is no finding implicit in a verdict of acquittal. So that's off the table as to what the commission was trying to say.
That's right, Your Honor. And what the commission did say is that the court is in the best position to determine what is acquitted conduct and what is convicted conduct.
According to some rule of decision, not in terms of arbitrarily deciding A in one case and B in another. So we are tasked, as the district court was, with coming up with an articulable rule.
Sure.
So here we are.
Can I ask you please to articulate what's the principle? We have to write an opinion. It's the same question I posed to your friend. We have to write this opinion. What is the principle that distinguishes acquitted from convicted conduct?
So acquitted conduct, one thing that I think is supported by the commentary is that conduct that underlies an acquitted charge can be considered acquitted conduct. That's like the first step. The second step, of course, is whether that conduct can nevertheless be considered as relevant conduct. But that's that first step. What is acquitted conduct? What Judge Subramanian did is said acquitted conduct is conduct that underlies an acquitted count, right? And under that definition, in this case, there was a lot of overlapping conduct. And so he had to determine what.
So how do we know whether there's overlapping conduct? Where do we look to determine that?
I think that's where the judge's discretion, the judge who's overseeing the trial.
But we're trying to find out what the purpose of the guideline is to make sure that the jury's acquittal isn't negated. So we're trying to understand what this is difficult, right? We're trying to understand what the jury did. And we have a conviction and we have an acquittal, right? So we're trying to understand what the jury did.
So I think that the appropriate test here is the test that Judge Subramanian articulated, which is to assess whether the conduct can still be considered as relevant conduct for the purposes of the guidelines. He looked to whether that conduct tended to establish an element of the convicted count. And in this case, those two narrow instances.
Well, let me ask you that. Why does the coercion tend to prove, say, with conflict? Why does the coercive nature or the coercion, strictly speaking, tend to establish the Mann Act, as opposed to, let's take coercion out of the equation, the fact, you can still look at the underlying raw facts. Mr. Combs coming back in the plane, sitting next to Ms. Ventura, showing the videos and all that. That evidence could still be considered, say, fairly to ascertain what Mr. Combs's intent would be for the events that would follow. And yet, it could not, say, under the defense's view, be considered for purposes of establishing coercion, because coercion was an element of one of the acquitted offenses.
So I think to answer your first question, which is how does the travel in Cannes and the situation on the airplane, how does that establish the Mann Act? I think it's for the reasons that Judge, you articulated and your colleague.
Right. I'm saying, let's grant you that. Let's hypothesize that the events on the airplane are admissible and were properly considered by the judge to figure out, did Mr. Combs really intend what was all going to happen was going to happen? Let's just posit that. But isn't there a world in which the guidelines say, yeah, you know what, that's fine. Consider it for purposes of the Mann Act elements. But you can't draw the further conclusion that that was coercive in nature.
Well, the guidelines.
Because that's what the jury said did not happen, or did not find happened, and therefore it's acquitted conduct.
So I think because this acquitted conduct tends to prove an element of the
coercive nature of it, the inference that it was coercive, because I think that's really a distinct fact, right?
That inference is coercion is defined in the guideline. The fraud and coercion guideline, or excuse me, enhancement is set out in the guideline. And the definition under that, coercion under that.
Well, let's assume it is coercive conduct. I think what Judge Nardini's asking, and I have the same question, is how does the fact of its coerciveness inform tend to establish some, in whole or in part, an element of the Mann Act offense?
I think it relates to the temporal proximity between the coercion, the threats, I'll call it, the threats, the transport, and the demand for a freak off.
So let's say the conversation instead was, instead of it being coercive on the plane, was when we get back, my plan is to fly some escorts in and you're going to have sex with them and I'm going to pay them for that.
Sure. That established the intent.
Exactly. So why is the additional aspect of that conversation, that encounter on the plane that's described, that the coercive aspect of that, why is that anything to establish in whole or in part the Mann Act offense?
Because I think it's what he's asking for. It's the threats are not followed by a request to go to dinner, a request to, ask Cassie to do the dishes. Those threats are followed by a demand for a freak off. So the coercive nature of the threats are directly relevant to the intent to have the freak off, which then later happens.
Well, okay. Except you've agreed that it didn't need to be coercive in order to support that aspect.
No, not necessarily. It just so happened in these two specific instances, the threats did amount to coercion under the enhancement. And I think that was, I think Judge Subramanian.
Can I ask you a hypothetical? And I don't know, it doesn't map onto this case, but I'm trying to make sense of the acquitted conduct guideline. We have a defendant who's charged with murder. He points a gun at the victim's head. He pulls the trigger at point blank range, kills the victim. He's charged with first and second degree murder. The jury acquits of first degree, which would have required a finding of premeditation, but it convicts of second degree murder. Let's say it was, some sort of heat of passion or something you just did on the moment. Comes to sentencing. Is the premeditation, which is purely mens rea, in your view, acquitted conduct or not? And
okay, remember mens rea, right? The intent, what you're thinking, okay? Mens rea, okay, and the action is actus reus, okay.
if so, is the judge, in my hypothetical, allowed to make a finding of premeditation by a preponderance and sentence the defendant accordingly under the guidelines?
So the premeditation.
Because what I'm trying to do is draw a distinction between the actions, the physical actions, and I'm going to analogize that to Mr. Combs coming back in the plane, sitting next to Ms. Ventura, showing the video, saying the words he said. Those are sort of raw facts.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, they underlie, in my hypothetical, the underlying facts of the man reaching over with a gun, pulling the trigger, and killing a victim are raw facts. Clearly, in my hypothetical, they underlie the second degree murder conviction.
Sure.
But the jury has acquitted on first degree murder, meaning they have not found premeditation beyond a reasonable doubt. It seems to me that if we pursue the government's theory here, which is you can consider the facts surrounding the walking back in the plane, the showing the videos and all that, and then the judge can draw whatever inferences the judge thinks appropriate because the facts were properly before the jury on account of conviction, then the judge, in my hypothetical, would be able to find premeditation beyond by preponderance and sentence accordingly under the guidelines amendment. Is that your view?
I think that's right. I think that's right, Judge.
So did you hear that? You see how the standards of proof change? Okay, he said the judge will, because it's a sentencing now. He said his man say beyond. He said that people preponderance of the evidence because the standard changed because this is the sentencing part. Okay, jury or trial fact, at that point when decided, which is trying to figure out if you want to adjudicate somebody guilty or not guilty. That's beyond reasonable doubt. That's the standard proof. Like for bail and for sentencing, the evidence, the bar you want to use is the lower bar, right? It's by the preponderance of the evidence. Which was, I was, telling you at different times, the standard proof may change when it comes to a case.
Assuming I'm tracking your hypothetical.
And you don't think that is what the commission was trying to avoid?
No, I think the commission understood that there's overlapping conduct, right? Especially in trials of this nature where these different counts rely on the same factual instances to prove the different counts.
I guess just from a gut instinct, it seems like my hypothetical would be the prototypical example of what the guidelines as amended were trying to avoid. So it seems hard then, if that is the government's view of how it would map out in my murder hypothetical, it's hard to accept how plausible the government's reading of the guideline is.
Your Honor, I think hypotheticals are I find very difficult in this context. The commission understood that these situations are incredibly fact intensive, and that's in large part because they only come up after a trial. And trials are all different, right? And evidence comes in different ways and weaves together differently. This is a very fact intensive inquiry. I think what Judge Subramanian did here is he looked at the entire record, all 8 weeks, and imagine that being like a pizza, right? He's thinking about the entire trial as a pizza, all the facts, all the evidence adduced during that 8 weeks. But in considering the guidelines, he's not considering that whole pizza pie. He's considering a slice. And what's in that slice is what tends to prove the Mann Act. And that's why when he looks at the two specific incidents of coercion, those incidents are specifically tied to transportation. They're tied to the Mann Act.
I guess that's where I'm suggesting that I don't know how to follow the pizza metaphor, so I won't try. That it's a little bit more analogous in my murder hypothetical, that the judge in my hypothetical can consider the physical actions of people, pointing the gun, shooting, the bullet hitting, the victim dying, but would not be able to consider the additional inference of premeditation. So you can still be considering the slice, if the slice is considered the evidence that was put before the jury. But I'm suggesting, or I'm positing the possibility that the guideline might limit the inferences that can be drawn to the extent those inferences are of acquitted conduct, not also inferences that would themselves constitute an element of the offense.
I think that's right. Again, it's I find it very difficult to think about these hypotheticals in the abstract. But I think here that slice of conduct that the judge considered, those two very narrow instances of transportation, I think undoubtedly tend to prove the Mann Act and also meet the requirements of the enhancement under the guidelines.
Can I ask you, I don't know if I can change the subject a little bit. We've talked about any number of issues today. Can I ask you specifically about the leadership enhancement? One of the very specific questions we were talking about with your colleague on the other side was whether, as the government submits, there are at an irreducible minimum 5 criminally responsible participants in the Mann Act. And the government, as I understood your brief, said, well, there's Mr. Combs, number 1. There are the 2 victims.
That's right. Cassie and Jane. Yes.
Cassie and Jane, so we're up to 3. And the government posited that the 2 escorts who were transported across state lines.
No, that's totally inaccurate. Yeah, it's
so why don't you clarify?
Of course. The 5 criminally liable participants, besides Mr. Combs,
Yeah.
are, as you said, Jane and Cassie, the two
Right.
victims, and then two of the owners of an escort service.
Oh, the owners of the
They weren't
escort
escorts
service.
themselves, but they were the owners of the service.
I'm sorry,
who
I-
facilitated the transport of escorts who worked for that service.
Oh, I see. So your argument is that because they were involved in the transportation, and obviously, in your view, the evidence showed that this whole thing was clearly designed for prostitution.
That's right.
You're up to 5.
That's right.
If we were to agree with you on that point, does that make the whole question of acquitted conduct with respect to the leadership enhancement go away?
Yes, Your Honor. And I believe it could go away in another independent way, which is that the conduct was otherwise extensive, which is another prong of the leadership enhancement. And I don't think that the defendant even challenges that in his reply. So the leadership enhancement is met in both of those ways.
So,
With respect,
so when there's a test, there is like 2 prongs at least, right? If the first one, if the issue fits the first one, then you try to qualify the next prong, and then you have a legal argument that makes sense.
Were those to remind me, and I should know this, and I don't recall, did the government present arguments that the escorts and their employers were members of the alleged racketeering enterprise?
No, Your
or
Honor.
conspiracy?
The only individual that the government identified as a criminally responsible participant for the purposes of the leadership enhancement was Christina Coram, who was an employee of Mr. Combs, and who was
My question was about, in terms of when you argued the RICO conspiracy count
yes,
to the jury, did you argue that the escorts or their employers were members
no,
of the RICO conspiracy?
Yeah.
So I take it your argument would be that to the extent the district judge could permissibly consider the escorts and their employers, there would have been no overlap at all with acquitted conduct. That would be your argument.
exactly.
And then can you remind us who the judge said, I know I have this here, who the judge said were participants?
Who were criminally liable participants
For the purposes of the increase, right?
Yes.
James and Collins?
Ventura,
Jane,
Coram.
Coram, who was the only employee.
And then James and Bridget Collins.
Bridget Creshover Collins, yes.
Those are the 2
Those are the 2
employers. So if
escort
we knock out, if we were to say to drop out Coram,
That's right. You still have
in
5.
your view, you're still left with 5.
That's right.
And that's, okay.
And that meets the enhancement.
And then he also said the services of numerous outsiders that were peculiar and necessary to defense.
That's right. And that is to
But
say,
some of whom he included as, among that number, his assistants.
that's right. But the assistants were not alleged to have been part of the racketeering enterprise. So that is, like I said, that's another way to support the application of the leadership enhancement in that case without even touching acquitted conduct or potential acquitted conduct. You know, with respect to the 3553A factors, you touched on this briefly with my colleague, but as Judge, you pointed out, the case law is binding that under the 3553A factors, sentencing courts can consider acquitted conduct. But I just point out that what the judge did here, what really drove his Section 3553A analysis, didn't rely on acquitted conduct. It didn't even rely on disputed issues to begin with. And let me just give you an example. In assessing the history and characteristics of the defendant, the court found that the defendant abused the power and control he had over the lives of women he professed to love dearly. He abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically. That's not acquitted conduct. That was all admitted conduct. The defendant admitted from the outset of the trial that the defendant engaged in horrific domestic violence. And so all of that conduct was admitted. In assessing the seriousness of the offense, the court noted that the defendant plied Ms. Ventura and Jane with drugs. That was also admitted. The defendant admitted to personal use quantities of drugs that he shared with his girlfriends during freak-offs. That was admitted. In thinking about the seriousness of the offense, the court found that the conduct occurred for over a decade and with tremendous frequency over that time period. That has nothing to do with acquitted conduct.
On the drugs, let me just ask, if you had said he had drugs of his own and he shared them with Ms. Ventura and Ms. Doe, I understand your argument that's not acquitted conduct. You've just said he plied them with it, which sounds to me very much like coercion, which is what we've been talking about, may or may not be acquitted conduct.
The testimony was that the drugs were shared at these freak-offs and hotel nights with the girlfriends so that they could get through the freak-off.
But the word you just used was plied, which to me is using the drugs to get their compliance and participation, which again goes back to coercion. But the fact there are at least facts that he shared drugs is the point. But Judge Subramanian talk about plying.
Shared drugs. Those were Judge Subramanian's.
So that sounds like he's talking about coercion.
Well, I think the point of that is that he shared them, not just shared them with drugs, shared them with girlfriends trying to be nice, but he shared them in the context of freak-offs and hotel nights so that those women could get through the hotel nights and freak-offs. They both
saying it's sort of a level of misconduct that falls short of coercion. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's exactly right. That was admitted, and that those categories of misconduct involve physical abuse, which was fully admitted.
Did Judge Subramanian say anything to suggest that he was thinking about a category of misconduct short of coercion, or do we need to interpret those statements in light of what you previously stated, which was that there was coercion, and that even if he could not consider the coercion under the guidelines, he would nevertheless do it under the 3553A factors. So why should we, in other words, considering he already said there was coercion, why would we not read those comments as his illustrations of the coercion rather than a suggestion on his part that they were misconduct that fell short of coercion?
I think you read the words of the conduct that he's describing, and what I've just read is admitted conduct. So call it coercion, call it physical abuse. It's admitted.
Well, but again, the words the judge uses are, you plied them to drugs, forcing Ms. Ventura into addiction. That may well be true, but our question is not whether that's supported by the facts. Our question is, doesn't that show the district court considering the conduct that is coercive? Because plying and forcing don't sound like something different than coercion.
I think that in this case, where the drug use and the drug sharing was admitted, I think that can't be acquitted conduct. I think that that's admitted conduct. And I think that the judge is free to consider it, and especially in the 3553A context, where there aren't restrictions on considering acquitted conduct under the binding precedent of this court. So I think that the judge was, I wouldn't necessarily agree that he's describing coercion, and I think he's free to rely on that in imposing the sentence under the 3553A factors.
At which point then we get into the constitutional question, if it is in fact
too ambiguous.
That was not.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We've been talking a lot about the guidelines and Judge Subramanian's application of the acquitted conduct guidelines. And the last thing that I would say on this is that even if Judge Subramanian made an error in his application and interpretation of the acquitted conduct guideline, which we don't think he did, but even if he did, that error would be harmless. And
Yeah.
that is because he unequivocally and explicitly stated that he would impose the same sentence regardless of the acquitted conduct guideline.
And I explained to y'all what a harmless error was, but I knew that's where she was going, you know. So when there is a harmless error, that means that the case really doesn't have to be remanded back. There really doesn't have to be any changes in the sentencing. So, but like when you start, it's a like procedural error and this other errors we went over that a couple years ago, then that's different.
He reviewed voluminous sentencing submissions. He noted at the outset of the proceeding that there was a general lack of guidance with respect to this guideline. He considered the arguments of all the parties, and he provided detailed reasons for his application of the various enhancements.
Could you remind me? I think I asked this question to your colleague on the other side. Just remind me. I recall that as he found individual sentencing guideline enhancements, he then would say, I impose this enhancement, even if the acquitted conduct guideline does not permit me to do so, I would impose the same sentence anyway. So he did this with respect to each of the three enhancements, right? Did he say something at the end that one could read as a wraparound? And even if I have erred with respect to all three enhancements, or did he only say that those three points?
So I think when you look carefully at the record, he noted that his sentence would be the same regardless of the acquitted conduct guideline with respect to the fraud and coercion enhancement, right, and with respect to the leadership enhancement. I don't think he made the same sentence, the same statement with respect to the victim grouping enhancement.
So let me ask you this. Wouldn't there be an argument on the other side that even if we were to take at face value the district judge's statement that he would have imposed the same sentence, even if any one given guidelines enhancement was erroneous, if we were to conclude that two or more were erroneous, then we don't know what the sentencing judge's intentions would be, and we would normally send it back. Is that
so?
Agree or disagree with that statement?
I think I disagree, assuming I'm tracking this correctly, and I would point to the Jas and Dara cases from this circuit, where both courts were interpreting a new guideline enhancement. And like in the case here, where Judge Subramanian was interpreting the new acquitted conduct guideline. And in those cases, the courts noted that this was a new guideline, there was some ambiguity, and that even if they got that guideline wrong, which the court ultimately decided they did, they would impose the same sentence regardless. And that's exactly the situation that we have here. With respect to the acquitted conduct guideline, which is the guideline that could affect the fraud and coercion enhancement and the leadership enhancement, Judge Subramanian specifically said that it doesn't matter if the acquitted conduct guideline applies here or not, I would impose the same sentence. He did not say that with respect to the victim grouping enhancement, which has nothing to do with the acquitted conduct guideline. And I think that's a good example of why Judge Subramanian's statements that he would impose the same sentence regardless are not just simple incantations of magic words to evade appellate review. He specifically noted the ambiguity of this particular guideline that would affect those enhancements, and therefore any potential error, which of course we would submit there is none, any potential error would be harmless here.
Can I ask you this question? Would his 50-month sentence be substantively unreasonable in the absence of the district court's factual findings as to violence and coercion?
Just as an initial matter, the substantive unreasonable argument, I think, was waived. That was not raised by defense until the reply brief.
That's again a matter of nomenclature. They make a pretty good argument in their opening brief that then substance that this sentence was substantively unreasonable. But so I understand your point about waiver.
So the in determining whether a sentence was substantively unreasonable, this court has to review in light of the 3553A factors. And as I mentioned, the 3553A factors were very thoughtfully considered by the district judge.
I realize that, but if we took off the table the violence and coercion, would this pass muster as would this be a substantively reasonable sentence?
Your Honor, I don't think you have to, because under the 3553A factors, all acquitted conduct can be considered.
Right.
But even if you did,
I realize that, but let's assuming for the purposes of my hypothetical, assuming that we take off the table the violence and the coercion, right? Would this sentence be substantively unreasonable?
Your Honor, the
50 months for the man.
The caveat that I strongly disagree that we need to take anything off the table for 3553A. A sentence is only substantively unreasonable if it is manifestly unjust or shocks the conscience. And we see that sort of dynamic in some of the other cases. I'm thinking of the Jones case in which Justice Scalia dissented. I can't remember the difference between the guidelines without consideration of acquitted conduct, but it was something astronomically high. And here, the 50-month sentence was below guidelines and reflected the fact that the judge really did consider the fact of the acquittals. If the judge had just ignored the acquittals and sentenced on the trafficking or the racketeering, the sentence would have been at least 15 years. There's a 15-year mandatory minimum term with a trafficking charge. This 50-month sentence was well below and well in line with other cases in this district. Judge Subramanian was very focused on other Mann Act sentences and asked the parties to provide a list of Mann Act cases and the sentences. And so he was fully aware of the different ranges of sentences that Mann Act defendants get. And that, was a consideration, of course, under the 3553A factors, but it was appropriately weighed against other 3553A factors.
That was a no? Just want to be clear. Was that a no?
I don't remember the original question, but I think that's a no.
Let me rephrase my original question. So, you're very good at evading my question. So it's very good, actually. If I was a district judge, I would say the witness will be responsive to the question. Would his 50-month sentence be substantively unreasonable in the absence of the factual findings of violence and coercion?
And the answer is no. Thank you, Judge Nardini.
That's where I thought you were going, but I wanted to make sure that we had an answer to the question. And let me just ask you on the substantive reasonableness point. I think what I think I heard you say is that it wasn't raised in the blue brief, right?
That's right.
So, and this is a procedural unreasonableness claim that the guidelines weren't followed and there's violation of the Sixth Amendment. That's what your response is?
Procedure there.
Sorry, say that again.
And that it's a procedural reasonableness challenge that goes to the guidelines and then to the Sixth Amendment.
That's right.
Issue about fact finding. That's what I understood your response to be.
That's right. That's
Okay,
right.
Just wanted to make sure.
Much more succinct than
I got the response, but I understood what your view of the framework is. Thank
yes,
you.
that's right. The only thing that I want to add relates back to the Mann Act, and I just would correct the record that in closing, in the government's closing argument, the summary chart that the government pointed to did include the incident related to Jane that took place in, I think it was October of 2023, where the defendant made threats to Jane's friend.
Do you have a page number in the appendix just so we have it handy? If you don't,
I have a government exhibit, which is 1406.
1406?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll find it. Okay, I think we have exhausted our supply of questions.
Counsel, you're saying that argument was raised in your closing about Jane.
Yes, it was in the summary chart that the government relied on. It's aligns.
And that's sufficient to say that you were arguing that Jane was transported as a premise for the Mann Act conviction in count 5.
That's right. And that's at line 38 on government exhibit 1406.
Yeah. Again, even though the actual verbal summation says, for the defendant's hotel nights with Jane, there are also many examples of the defendant transporting escorts. And that's the discussion you have verbally. And you do say in passing here, by the way, check out 1406. You should refer to that chart. It has a lot of information in it.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Just to clarify, the escort traveled for that particular hotel night. It was not Jane who traveled, just to clarify.
So that exhibit 1406 is going to show us, in your view, that the escort traveled for that episode with Jane.
That's right.
That the Supermanian talked about that sentencing.
That's right, Your Honor.
Got it. Any further? Okay, thank you very much to the government. Believe it or not, you have reserved 2 minutes, but we're going to give you a little bit longer because this has been extensive, but we're not going to go crazy because we have kept you up considerably past your
45.
Try to keep it to 5 though. So just your highlights.
I'll go as quickly as I
Because
can.
your briefs, I will say this on both sides, briefs are excellent, really do a great job laying out the issues. This has been very helpful, but I want to give 5 minutes of rebuttal, so I'll just ask the courtroom. There we go.
Just real quickly on the point about Jane, and I don't want to dwell on that. Our argument about Jane, which is set forth in the reply brief, is not that hotel night didn't occur. It's that wasn't connected to any threat, and there's no evidence of any threat. With respect to the harmless error issue, I want to highlight a couple of points. First of all, under all the case law, Gall, Rita, and their progeny, substantive unreasonableness is determined based on the guidelines as a starting point, just as the guidelines are a starting point.
Yeah, but you didn't raise substantive unreasonableness. You have a full of procedural unreasonableness.
What we've argued is that if we're right about the one of the reasons we're right that a remand is required is that if we're right about the guidelines, the sentence would be
sure. That I get the anchoring.
That's the function there, and we rely on the Jones case also for the point that acquitted conduct. Using acquitted conduct would make the sentence unreasonable. With respect to, I do want to be clear on the 3553. My friend on the other side kept saying that we admitted that our client plied Cassie with drugs and so on. None of that was admitted. That's not what was admitted. What was admitted was the unfortunate domestic violence only with respect to Cassie.
But you don't dispute the district court's factual findings here. The district court made factual findings that he plied them with drugs.
We did dispute that below, but
here you're not. Point. I mean, that's a fact we take as a given because that fact.
The evidence was quite mixed, and there was a lot of debate about this in the trial. And I think one of your honors in their questions got at the fact that the government's arguments about the drugs were part of their arguments about coercion, the way in which the drugs were used, and so forth. I don't want to dwell on that. I just want to be clear that was heavily debated at trial, and that was part of what he was acquitted of when he was acquitted of sex trafficking. With respect to the leadership, just real quick, we do contest the otherwise extensive as well. And this court's case law actually highlights that with respect to otherwise extensive, it is kind of a head counting exercise anyway. And the owners of those escort services were not criminally responsible. There wasn't evidence of that. Those were legitimate businesses, and there's actually text messages where one of the people is telling Mr. Combs that you're just paying for their time. But most importantly, I want to turn to the acquitted conduct guideline. Under the government's view, the guideline would be totally pointless. McClinton itself, which is probably the proximate cause of the commission sitting down to write the guideline, illustrates the point. In McClinton, the defendant was acquitted of a murder charge and convicted of
a charge that involved an armed robbery. And so clearly using the gun was underlied the robbery conviction, yet the defendant was acquitted of murder. And so
I was telling myself I wasn't going to ask you any questions in rebuttal, but I am. Could you respond to the hypothetical I gave to the government about the first and second degree murder case where the defendant is acquitted of first degree premeditated murder, convicted of second degree murder? What, in your view, assuming the only difference in the elements is premeditation or not, let's posit that, what is the acquitted conduct in that case?
I assume that the government would have had to put in some kind of evidence that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll remind you. My hypothetical is, let's say this is the only evidence in the case. The defendant reaches over with his loaded gun, puts it at the temple of the victim, pulls the trigger, and the person dies. That is the sum total of the evidence. And the jury acquits of premeditation, but convicts of second degree. In my hyper simplified hypothetical, what is the acquitted conduct?
Plan to do it.
I mean, I guess I feel like I would have to know more facts, but obviously the defendant was acquitted of having decided to shoot the person with premeditation. Maybe it was in the heat of a fight or something like that. So that they were acquitted of the premeditation, but convicted of killing the other person intentionally, nonetheless.
I guess where I was thinking is that all of my evidence is acquitted conduct. The pointing, the pulling the trigger, and the killing, and the premeditation is all acquitted conduct.
And
but under the guidelines, you can look at all of the conduct, the pointing the gun, the pulling the trigger, the shooting, because that constitutes an element of the second degree murder. But you can't look at the premeditation because it's an element of the first count, but it's not an element of the second count.
I think that's.
But I don't know if that's right.
I think that is correct. It's similar to another. My time is running out, but there's a hypothetical that's discussed in the hearings that led to the guideline in which someone poses that there's an arson and there's a charge that the arson was racially motivated, and the defendant is convicted of an arson charge but acquitted of the charge that involves the racial motivation element, which is similar to that hypothetical. And I think the answer is the defendant is guilty of arson, but you can't enhance the sentence based on a racial motivation. And I think that's just like this case where, the Mann Act doesn't require proof of the coercion.
I stole a couple of your minutes, so we'll give you 2 more minutes.
I just in closing, 12 New Yorkers took 2 months out of their lives to serve on this jury. They listened to 34 witnesses, reviewed thousands of text messages, videos, and other evidence, and deliberated for 2.5 days. Their unanimous verdict was not guilty on the most serious charges, and the jury did not authorize punishment for sex trafficking or conspiracy, but that's what drove the sentence. Here, we submitted the evidence that my friend on the other side describes, which I would urge your honors to look at, which is at docket 510-4 of the district court, shows that this was the highest sentence ever for this type of charge with this type of criminal history. And in closing, this appeal has been expedited, and actually, I forgot to say, we'll rest on our briefs. We have also argued the convictions should be reversed, but if the court doesn't do that, the appeal has been expedited, and we would, understanding the complexity of the issue and the importance of the decision, respectfully request that the court, regardless of the outcome, endeavor to decide the case as quickly as possible. Thank you, Your Honors.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will reserve decision, as we do in all cases. Let me just close by thanking counsel on both sides. This is an exceptionally difficult case. This is a question of first impression, not only for this court, but apparently for any federal court of appeals in the country. And we appreciate the quality of the briefing and argument on both sides today. So thank you very much. And with that, we've completed the business for which this court has been convened today, and I would ask that court be adjourned.
Ooh, that was good, y'all. That was good. That's why you I mean, I don't think that I think that was one of his regular attorneys, but uh, his attorney probably has great experience with appeals. Maybe not, I don't know. But that's crazy. It's like splitting hairs, right? And then I think they said the Supreme Court said, let y'all figure it out. Or, one of the courts they said that the appellate court, y'all figure it out, when you're using acquitted behavior to influence what the sentence. Instead, now but look at the indictment to see why coercion is being hung up on coercion because I don't know if that's not a part of one of the elements, like in one account, or if it is, I'm not even sure. But that was crazy. That was crazy. That goddamn Subway, was that just Subway or whatever his name is? Honey. Let them people all in a blunt. Now, if they go back and probably read it, they'll probably find that the judge was really clear on how he, on his opinion, on how he ruled the sentence, right? But then you have the arguments that was raised by the defense, like, well, yeah, but you use an acquitted behavior to apply enhancement. And I swear it seems as if I'm having a damn deja vu. It's like I don't know. Well, I listened to an appeal before, but damn, Papa can't do the damn little 5 years. Dang. So I don't know, yeah. And see, here's the thing, right? Based on the deference they give to the particular error or whatever the judge decided is going to carry more weight. I mean, that was a healthy argument, but they seem to be I don't want to say straight by the book, but those judges seem to be judges who base their interpretation or issue their interpretation closely to what is statutorily written. Okay? They are aware of, and they'll make sure that, any oppression isn't within the constitution. Constitution, if they apply, you know, they always have to refer back to the Constitution, but if they use the Constitution to resolve this issue, you know, like with the double jeopardy and some of the other stuff, right? It seems as if they are going to make their interpretation very, you know, kind of mirror the Constitution. That's just my opinion. And those hypotheticals that they were throwing out is nothing more than, you know, a hypothetical that you would think of with the case law, right? So I don't know how they're gonna resolve that. That's crazy. And for the damn the whoever said that shit that I'm trying to make y'all figure it out, that's fucked up. Like what? And the Supreme Court, like, what are we doing? That's crazy. That is crazy. But anyway, I guess the Bozo got tired of me fucking him up. But that's, you know, I mean, it's like, dude, how you gonna accuse me of making a fake motherfucker? Child, listen, it's gonna be easy work. Bless the lying heart. Now I'm set the goddamn defense fund up. Ain't that some shit? Dude, if you don't get your ass on from down the goddamn what? And see, oh, I can't stand him. You know, I'm telling you, dude, you know, son, such your friend or whatever. No, listen. No, I'm just the type of person, I don't like people to be done, you know, unjustly. How about that? And I do it no damn friends or none of that. You told me you just lie. I ain't never said shit about it. I ain't like no R. Kelly and all. You just a damn liar. Ain't no video down. Ain't none of that. Okay, you wasn't around no goddamn well with no goddamn R. Kelly. You couldn't help keep up with one motherfucking story. It could be quite likely that Anton know that your ass done something and he jumped in and covered and shit. Your fat ass up. I'm goddamn lies. It's a lie. I mean, and then what's make so bad? This is just y'all ridiculous. Ain't no way in the hell should he ever, and I don't give a damn if you don't like the person he talked about, should he ever be allowed to call anybody in this sector of fucking life? And it don't be a minimum of 25 goddamn messages going in on his motherfucking ass. Or you just like liars. And it's okay. Okay. Well, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, check this out. Let me tell you what job he's done for y'all. Right? He has made you people, okay, despise a woman so bad that did nothing to most of y'all, but she did backstab, you know, a few of us. And you know it. Go back and find the videos, find the activity, find what she did. I'm talking about she did to your ass. Now, this nigga had the nerve to get this conference lady agreed to pay for it. Then, once she rolled up there with the cops or whatever to get the car, he on the goddamn video threatening her by the goddamn car that he didn't pay for, that he was supposed to pay for. Like, what the fuck? Ain't nobody saw that. Now, the one that was coming at his ass morning and night, Randall, okay, yeah, I can see him, giving her the smoke. But he politely turned this one, all you motherfuckers over there, to just like this woman so goddamn bad that she hadn't done anything to the majority of y'all. Boy, I tell you, honey. When they say niggas ain't about shit, fuck with them. Baby. Sure. I just stick with my folk I'm familiar with, because I can't. That's like compromising value. What's going on? I mean, lie his ass. Now I'm putting a goddamn on. It's so stupid. He's so goddamn stupid. And he'll try to come up with something. Come on, motherfucker, goddamn screen, bouncing his fat ass up and down like he got the goddamn, my kryptonite, the kryptonite to me. No, never. I'm going, what should have been done a long motherfucking time ago. Time is up. Fuck this. Get your motherfucking ass out of him, or go do something else. Leave people the fuck alone. Don't comment on nobody's motherfucking content. I know that ain't the rule and the regular motherfucking relation, but fuck that. That's what we're gonna use to apply to some of y'all. Because some of you motherfuckers are slow. Some of you motherfuckers ain't that shit. Some of you motherfuckers just do nothing but lie. And you're gonna lie it up. You're gonna motherfuck it, crazy it up. You're gonna goddamn fuck it up. So just leave our content alone. Just go do something else. Go do something else that you can goddamn do successfully. Leave us the fuck alone. I mean, telling Sharon, but well, she hates Rob. She is. So when I said that, I had a nerve talking about, I don't know, it only between me and Joe, whatever, paid $250 to buy some coochie. What is she talking about? And please tell me in the hell I came and got you to help me go off on anybody? Are you insane? First of all, let me tell you something. First of all, I would never recruit you. You know why? Because you don't follow the motherfucking plan. Okay? That's number one. You're gonna lie it up, you're gonna fuck it up. That's number motherfucking one. Okay? I don't have time for fucking with no goddamn baby that don't do whatever it is the way I say or I give it to you. Now, I'm not talking about attacking people and all that type of stuff, whatever. I'm talking about just work, period. Like you got a project or whatever. Okay, it's hypothetical. Like, I mean, this is crazy. But then, I don't, even then if you slow, you believe it, like, oh, you just, yeah, I'm like, oh my God, are you serious? I ain't never, ever, ever, ever had to go somewhere and get some goddamn help. I remember when all this shit was going down, I made one call when this nigga was talking about me on what happened. I think at that particular week, he had to talk about me, Larry, Levi, I mean, just talking crazy and reckless. And then I called Levi and I was saying, this nigga is on here lying and talking about me right now. He said, don't worry, I'm finna get him. And that's when he put that goddamn R. Kelly call out on his motherfucking ass. You know, goddamn well. And then and then here's another. This is a question. And this goes to any and every motherfucker, right? That says shit. That's why I say, that's why the rule is. If you say it first, you got to prove it. That's your motherfucking case. These are your goddamn words. I know what the hell I'm doing. I don't need no goddamn help. Okay? You could call this goddamn the 20 verses 1. You can call this a motherfucking verses and the verses of every motherfucking body. Okay? You can call it shit. DEFCON goddamn the 2, because it's definitely gonna be a DEFCON 1. It's too remedial. It's some bullshit. That's what you're gonna goddamn call it. This is straight fucking bullshit. I mean, you have people, this will kill me. You have people that you have never met in your motherfucking life, that you have never had a conversation with, or had a conversation about the lie, the motherfucker type. Okay? Now this motherfucker plays my content. Now I ask him to come fuck with my shit. Then he gets mad because I'm talking about how he's lining up my shit. What? I'm gonna play the whole video. Hey, put the video back up. Motherfucker, the video is up. I have no reasons to hide a motherfucking video. Hey, church. I have no reason. This is what y'all understand. I have no reason to hide not one video. Not one. Are you okay? Now, if it's some music, and then I go look in the goddamn thing, and then I trim it out, whatever, and put it up. But, I mean, it's this is insane. If you just let it go on, I got some shit like to say. You know, if all of us don't take drugs and use alcohol and on some motherfucking the medication to make your ass numb and shit or whatever. Hell, I mean, the men shit. Now got your ass from fighting this bullshit. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy as hell. Sitting up on these goddamn lies and shit. All of a sudden somebody's scamming and stealing and shit. Well, this motherfucking person, he is acting as if we don't remember anything about him fucking pushing the goddamn defense for the ASH. Like, come on, like, shut the fuck up with your fat ass, okay? Shut up. Always talking about some motherfucker. And then this is what I'm trying to figure out. I just can't get it. What woman? Okay? I don't know if he a nature boy or whatever motherfuckers called, or a Mormon, or Nick Cannon, having all these goddamn children, right? Arguing with the goddamn council, trying to sue the goddamn kids for the goddamn. I was like, what the fuck? And always talking about some motherfucking thing. And he sit over there with his thick ass back. He is a thick back, okay? Not necessarily a wide back. He's a thick back. Just really thick, okay? You done got caught by the motherfucking shootout. And as Larry say, you done come out there on the motherfucking gym floor with them goddamn gold boots on and yellow and purple motherfucking shirt. And you done messed up the goddamn routine. Cause ain't no goddamn way they ain't let your motherfucking ass stay on the damn line. Okay? They got you in your security guard motherfucking uniform. And they Taliban your ass. Okay? That's crazy. There should be enough evidence right there. I'm talking about they made him hold up a goddamn Taliban letter. Okay, if that's not enough, the damn accountant man and talked about your crazy looking ass. Okay, you have some kind of delusion or something going on. It's something. Okay, I'm telling you now. But this is why I want to know. I want you to go because that shit there, whatever you got going on, is some kind of anomaly that it needs to be studied. Okay, like when they study the brains of the football players with CTE. Okay, I don't know if I don't know how long you was playing football or with your ass soccer. I don't know, but something happened. Your family says that you are a big goddamn light. And check this out right here. Oh, hey, Miss Tanya. And check this out right here. Right? I'm going to say this and I'm going to mosey on off. Could y'all imagine if he was blessed with a regular sized penis. Could you imagine what we would have on our hands? Think about it. If he had a regular size 6 inch, like the subway sub, 6 inches. Okay. If he had that, honey, we would be he would probably be like one of them high sonata goddamn streamers and shit on the fucking goddamn thing 24/7. Okay? Lord knows what he was doing. Instead, honey, he gave him a little molding for one of them little tickets that you can order from sex people online. Yeah, he got a little tip. And then, he bent up or something like that. He can't even say he got a hook or crook in it. You know how the men like to brag about it, got a hook or crook in it. Child. Oh, Lord. That's too many goddamn fish. Maybe if you had a Johnson, okay. If you had a Johnson, baby, we probably won't be able to take it. No, I'm serious. I think you suffer from, little penis goddamn self. Mad at the goddamn world. You can't, and then you keep having all the babies because the rubber people don't make none smaller. And all you had to have to do, as I think about it, I don't have a man part, but I can offer my goddamn advice. Why don't you, when you just, men, roll it on up. Okay, I'm thinking you're gonna have a problem with rolling it on up. So what I think that you should do is put your balls in there too, so it can hold on there. You ever thought about that? Put your balls on in the rubber. Let your balls hold on to the rubber. So the rubber can stay on there. Because ain't nobody trying to ride they don't motherfucking rip their goddamn joints trying to get to it. If you try to hit it from the back, you're gonna put your stomach on somebody's ass and all of that, and then I ain't about anything. Or the one with the guy. Now I told you I experienced this one time. I got to get on my damn near on my neck, holding my motherfucking legs up like I'm dangling out the air. Ain't nobody got time for all of that. Ain't nobody got time for all of that. You really should go and get one, what you call it, but you can't have no more baby, no kids, because you ain't paying with motherfuckers anyway. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. You so dumb, you don't even know how to goddamn get the rubber to stay up on there. Put all the balls and all that in the rubber, and then so it can hold up. And if you have to, it's gonna be uncomfortable for somebody, but if you have to hold the rubber up, I'm sure you ain't no motherfucking goddamn, you ain't got no, rotation or no motion or whatever you like to do or whatever. You know, I Chris Farmer do. I'm pretty sure you don't know how to do that. Just hold the goddamn rubber up, have all these damn babies, and then argue with the goddamn court and shit. It's fucking I'm sick. And this is the motherfucking representative for the damn sect. He takes his fat ass out, and then the next thing you know, we on the motherfucking goddamn sector news. Shit. Sick of this bullshit. Take your fat ass and goddamn way. And now I don't know. Goddamn. Uh, created the goddamn fake. What you call this shit is defense fund. Well, how do you know all the information about the fake one, the real one, the this one, and that? How do you know? Because you don't call say that a whole bunch of people motherfucker create that damn. Well, you don't spit your motherfucking ass up with that damn lies. But the lady in the motherfucking check, I wish the fuck you would. Crazy ass. Crazy. Crazy looking. Crazy fucking acting. It's crazy. Oh, he's going somewhere, doing shit every time. In New York, see your motherfucking ass eat a goddamn big old motherfucking Tupperware bowl of goddamn salad and shit. Sick of you. Oh, you got my nerve. But I know that you can lie as long as you can lie on that motherfucking goddamn lie. Oh. Check my traps. See, you don't say something about my motherfucking head. So I'm tired of checking the damn trap. It's ridiculous. Anyway, oh baby, she locked her. Work. Actually, you know, I should have got her up. I heard her talking to Lex. Oh shit, she's so upset. And yeah, and shit. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna speak it to existence, but no, I can say that. I don't see it, I can hang. Okay, let's see if I can hang. I should be make a pretty pain out of it. But anyway, this is very real. I'm glad Bozo did point us into the direction of pretty good goddamn appellate argument. I'm uber excited to see or to hear how this one turns out. I don't know how they're gonna rule on this. This is close. This is close, right? But see, they could have actually ran into a problem where if you are arguing that, you know, they acquitted him on whatever charge, whatever, then the defense could have put them in a position where the government could argue that the jury had insufficient evidence, and that's why they didn't the defense could have argued they had insufficient evidence, and that's why they acquitted him of those charges. And And see that could just went into another argument because you saying that's insufficient evidence for the acquitted charges, where the other counselors overlap or the same shit, right? So are you saying that they had insufficient evidence for all the charges, like how they was acting? You know what I'm saying? And one thing about the law and lawyers or attorneys or whatever, right? Depending on what they're doing, what side they're on, how they think the law should be interpreted. You can get lawyers on the same team but different with a different way that they attack certain cases, right? They how they handle certain cases, what they use for defense on it. So it's not it's not cut and dry. It's not cut and dry. Even though you got it in the enumerated and the unenumerated form, they're not cut and dry. We may be working on the same case, but your appellate brief may hit one thing, mine might hit something else. Doesn't mean I was wrong. It's that we have decided to do two different strategies. That's it. Anyway. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day, tomorrow even a better day. And we are out here. Be safe.